So yeah, so most of the presentation today is going to be sharing the screen, because one of the things that we're going to ask you all to do is sort of actively work in the slide deck. And also at the end, you'll have this whole deck for you all to use for when you're doing the training. Go ahead and advance. So we're going to start with a quick little homeroom announcements. Click. Welcome again. We're going to go around, now that you know who we are, we're going to go around in just a second and find out, you probably all know who you are to each other, but for us to kind of hear some names and hear some capacities that you all are here with us. So the structure of the session today and on next week is, like I said, we're going to be sharing this screen with you, working in a shared slide deck. We're going to try to do as many sort of small group work. So again, that we can, it'll feel hopefully more a little bit like live PD. And logistics. So Marissa, is there anything that you need to let folks know from the Mississippi end before we get going on ours, like attendance or anything like that?
No, we're recording, so we can share with those that, you know, have to multitask today with other meetings.
I love it. Okay, great. Perfect. So as people are doing that, and as we're going through, if there's anything that sort of pops up, we call it a barking lot. You can either you can chat directly with Dave in the chat box, or if it's something that you want everybody, everyone to kind of know about, same thing. We're going to use the chat box as our barking lot. And we'll check it. We'll review it over lunch. And if there's anything that's sort of like comes up out of that we want to address as a whole group, we'll bring it back after lunch.
Just so that people are aware, for the plan of the day, we're going to be going until about 3 o'clock your time today. We're going to be taking a brief 10-minute break between now and 12 o'clock your time again. And then we will break for lunch for about 45 minutes at 12 o'clock your time, just so that you know what that looks like.
Perfect. And yeah, and then at the end, we're going to ask you y'all to fill out a reflection and a feedback form for us to sort of know what big trends and what we should be addressing in our next session together. So let's start with a little welcome from you all. Can you go around and let us know who you are, your position, and your role in this great collaboration project between the two M states. So we're excited definitely to be here with you all today. There's been thanks to Marissa and crew who we've been working with for a few months now, trying to get us all into the room together. So just to be completely transparent of just to sort of ground us, we know that, I mean, we typically train teachers, and, we definitely appreciate that all of y'all are sort of this next level of coaches and teacher support. And we also want to recognize that there's a number of folks here who've actually been more involved or have definitely, there's a range of knowledge of the project and of the curriculum, et cetera. So we're really trying to thread a needle here to not just give you all the content of what the curriculum is, but to be constantly thinking throughout this presentation how, keeping in mind your teachers that you work with and the groups that you work with on how you're going to train this content, because it's going to be you guys to be doing that. So definitely throughout the presentation, we're going to be pointing to, well, when we train this, these are some tips that we usually do, or this is a really helpful way to unpack this for teachers. And so we welcome you all too. If there are things that you typically do in your PD, if the light bulbs going off, or questions that you have about like, well, how would you do that? With your, again, from the perspective of your teachers. So there is that. Let's see. Oh, here we go. This mouth is so.
Make it go, man.
Okay. You know what?
Would you like me to do it?
Yes, I know. We're just still trying to figure out mice here.
There you go.
So to get us going here on this sort of highway to hope, we always sort of feel like the most important thing in the beginning of any training is to ground ourselves in goals. What are we going towards? And so we really like to think of the goals that we set in this PD as well as in the project or one-on-one with teachers as being both aspirational, click ahead, and inspirational, inspired by our dreams ahead. And most importantly too, achievable. So we want these goals that we set for the PD. And again, thinking about how when you all will do this, about, you know, we're going to change the world is a great goal and a great dream, but we also want folks to leave with something that's achievable, right? Something that they can kind of see ahead as like, yep, we're really close or we're 100 miles away. So towards that, we're going to have us think right now, we're going to do a little like small group work, a little quiet time working. And I'm going to ask you to fill out. This is the first part where we're going to have you work in the slides. So Dave's going to put in the chat box right now the slide deck.
Yeah, and in order to do that, I'm going to have to stop
That's
sharing.
fine. That's fine.
It'll look a little different for a minute
We're
here.
going to check Dave's emails while we're.
Try not to show
Yeah,
anything
yeah,
crazy
that's
here.
right. That's right. No crazy clip art or anything. So in the chat box, you will find the slide deck.
Just a moment.
And we're going to ask for folks to open it up as soon as we get this all shared out.
Mhm. There it is in the chat box.
Great.
You should be able to open that up. And why don't you tell them, Abby, what they're going to be, should we show them the
Yep,
actual
go
slide
ahead.
here? All right.
So we're going to ask folks, oh, I see people. Oh, I love all the little icons that are coming into
Yeah.
the room, so into the slides.
If
So
you have any trouble with that slide deck, just put it in the chat. We can sort you out.
okay, so go back to it, please. So we're going to have to ask you to fill out slides number 4 and 5. Number 4 are writing 3 characteristics of what you want your classrooms to have. What are they going to feel, sound like, look like by the end of this school year? And so the way you're going to write into this, Dave is going to show you, just grab a text box, insert a text box, right away, wherever you want any of these, type, 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 type. Spelled correct. He's not winning the Wordle today. Good. And you know, you can be on top of it. You know, the slide, the Post-its are just there for like a visual, so you can type anywhere in this slide that you want. On slide 5,
Yes.
3 things that you want your teachers to learn by the end of the school year. So one slide is about what the classrooms are going to look like. And slide number 5 is what the teachers are going to look like, sound like, smell like, maybe in the classroom. But yeah, what do you want at the end of this project?
Yes.
So we're going to give everybody, 3 or 4 minutes?
Yeah, so
to
we're gonna
work
split them up to discuss, or they're just doing this individually. All right, that's fine.
Cool. So go ahead, my friends.
It's not letting me do it. Yeah, we need access. It says that we can only view.
Yeah, it says
You all like-
request to edit.
Here we go. The tech guy's gonna get it out.
Anyone with the link? Yes. I'm sorry about that. If you just refresh, you should now be able to type in there. Sorry.
There you go.
Yay. All right. So we'll give everybody, what, about 3 minutes,
Mhm.
3-4 minutes? We'll give you a little warning so you can, and make sure you fill out slide 4 and 5.
I think like
Was the link placed in the chat box already?
no, you they said to refresh your screen.
Mhm.
Okay, my internet keeps jumping off and on, so
Mhm.
But Dita, it is in the chat. I mean, I'm sorry. The link is in the screen though. I mean, in the chat box. I'm sorry.
Yes,
thanks,
I think
Tessa.
if you refresh it, it should be writable.
How do you refresh that?
Up in the top of your screen where there's the site identifier on the where it says HTTPS, to the left there's a circle, like there's a circle with an arrow in it by the house. Oh,
Okay, according to our clock, we got about 1 more minute. I love it. It's everybody's just typing in and maybe move over your boxes so that we can see some of the things.
Great.
I know that. I'm trying to find where I was typing,
It's fun. It's a
and I'm
different-
moving other people's stuff by accident.
Might have to resize your boxes so that they all fit together.
Oh, there we go. All right, there's one of my new one thing I've learned today is resizing a box.
Be on mute. Okay, I should be on mute. So Marissa, what is y'all's school year? Ours is 180 days. What is it? for you?
Yes,
You're
it
100
is.
Well,
Mhm.
okay, cool. So we're gonna take a look here, and in 108 days, these are some of the things that our classrooms want to look like. Y'all, your
Mhm.
classrooms, ours too. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. I mean, I see on both of these slides, there's a number of things about developmentally appropriate practice kind of highlighted here, which is wonderful to see. Let me just move this out of my own way here. So we're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about things being child focused and child directed, child centered. A lot of people have decided to emphasize right here conversations. Conversations all over the place here, which is great. It doesn't say whether we're talking about conversations child to child, child to teacher, etc. But both of those are valuable, certainly in different ways, and they can build off of each other. Absolutely, I appreciate the fact that we've got A note down here about families being engaged and participating in some ways right here.
Yes.
Some other critical things going down here.
Joyful. I love it.
Things being joyful, most certainly. So thinking about that social emotional piece of things for children.
Boy, I want to be in these classrooms.
Right.
It feels like such a, what I always characterize as a really purposeful hum or a buzz in these classrooms. And it sounds like these are all wonderful goals for what classrooms will look like in 180. I'm exhausted in
In a
100
good
days.
way,
It sounds
though,
like it'll be
right?
fun and great.
This is a very positive kind of exhaustion to be aiming for here, most certainly. And I'm going to switch over now to the next slide and think about, take a look at what we put down here for the teacher piece of things.
Ooh.
And we've got some emphasis on play again here, you know, and I'm really glad to see that people are holding that up, you know, kind of front and center as something for teachers to understand, particularly the importance of play and the importance of children learning through play. And that's a key part of the developmentally appropriate practice piece of things.
Yeah, I notice here too, teacher confidence and knowledge. That feels really achievable. I like that concreteness. Also, trust the methods and standards. That sounds very, very intriguing that for teachers to learn. Trust is hard.
Certainly
For sure.
recognizing the importance of standards
Yes.
is absolutely critical. Yes.
Mhm. And I see also differentiate. You want your teachers to learn about, sounds like differentiation. Every child is different and that is okay. Being flexible, warm and welcoming. These are all, again, if we had a teaching force that had all of these in our classroom, look like everything that people described in the other slide, it feels like, boys, I can't wait to get back to school.
Yes, exactly.
For sure. But also, as we were saying, this is a lot.
A lot of stuff here.
There's a lot to, and you know, again, we're going to appreciate you guys. You're starting now in February to get all this done, because it feels like between the two of them, we all have our hands full. Go ahead, advance. So when we do this, when we train this with teachers, we do a similar thing. And again, in person, we literally have a board with Post-it notes. And what we ask teachers to think of the three things, 3 academic skills that they want kids to learn in 180 days. And this is what they look like literally on day one. What in 180 days, what do we want these little friends to learn socially, emotionally? What do we want them to look like, feel like, and smell like, do in 180 days? And what academic things that we want teachers, what we want our little friends to know in 180 days. And similar to what we just did about what we want our teachers to look like, you'll notice that there's a combination for sure, or a desire to have both, to be both socially, emotionally, have some characteristics, joyfulness, independence, teachers being knowledgeable, confident, but then also academic skills for all intents and purposes, standards. We want kids to know content. We want, there's definitely, those standards reflect things that we want kids to know and be working towards, if not masterful of, by the end of the school year. And there's a lot of content that they need to learn. I mean, those of y'all who've been working with standards, you probably can say right now that's probably a phone book size, if there's anything like ours here in Massachusetts. So one of the things that we like teachers to see when, actually, let's just ask you all. So when if you were doing this in a room with teachers and you asked them to write social emotional skills on one wall with Post-its, and academic skills on another wall with Post-its, why would we do that? And what do you think would be apparent, or something that might come out of doing that kind of activity with teachers? Seeing those two things in front of them.
And you can just kind of shout things out.
Yeah,
or you can put something in the chat if you'd like to.
Mm-hmm.
So my goal is not to answer all your questions, Abby.
Okay,
Okay,
no,
then
I
I won't.
it's like you're not shy, so everyone's gonna warm
I'm-
up.
I'm not. I could hog this conversation. So
Yeah.
I do want to share the floor with others.
Okay.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so if you were doing this with your teachers and you asked them, like we would with teachers, on one wall, we're gonna give you guys Post-it notes. We want you to put on this wall three social emotional skills or capabilities on this wall. And on this other wall, we want you to put 3 stickies up of 3 academic skills you want kids to learn by the end of the year. So if you did that with all your big old group of teachers, what do you think the value of doing that, or what do you think would come out of doing that kind of activity to kick off the training?
To be honest with you, Abby, and I'll talk, some of them you would probably be surprised because many of them don't know some of the social and emotional skills. So
Right.
some of the things that they will put on there may be a teachable moment to kind of explain what social and emotional developmental skills really are for preschoolers.
That's a great point.
Well, one thing for you all as trainers is immediately then, kind of sort of like if you were thinking if we were teachers in classrooms, you want to kind of get a dip, right? Of like who are the folks in front of us, whether they're 3- and 4-year-olds or they're our teachers. And so doing that kind of thing, like you just said, you might say, okay, let's see the depth of like, or where people are in their knowledge, right? So that's a totally helpful thing for you all as trainers to see right there up front where we are. Kind of gives you a good, it's a little bit like thinking on your feet about it, but it's a good thing to have in front of you. Others?
Hey,
Also,
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Tanya.
Hey, go ahead, Amy. Go ahead, Amy. Hello, this is Tanya. Just to piggyback on what Latessa said, I noticed this year as a coach, I've had to work and talk with a lot of teachers more about social emotional development. And I know, being in the midst of a pandemic and things being different, they're having to look at themselves as well. So that's one thing as a coach that I've been working with my teachers on a lot this school year, is helping them to understand what social emotional development is, because it's important to know, who you are and what you can do.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I appreciate the point you're making, that it's not only the social emotional aspect for the children, but also for the teachers themselves. That's a real critical piece.
Really appreciate that.
Of this, and that's extremely important. You're highlighting both of you now. I mean, you're talking about the social emotional piece. In some ways, if that isn't reasonably well sorted out for both the children and the teachers, any of the academic types of stuff that we try to do on top of that isn't going to have the traction that we're going to want it to have. And so the criticality of the social emotional piece, I appreciate being highlighted here, certainly.
Yeah, and we always find that when we have teachers do that and where they're on these 2 different walls, first of all, they could fill the entire wall, right? Social emotional things, kids, even if they didn't know the specific standard, they'd say, social emotionally at the end of the 4-year-old year, we want our little friends to be sharing, to being kind, brave, being independent. Those are sort of things that flash up on that are up there on the wall. On the academic wall, we want them to know how to take apart and put together numbers. We want them to write their name. We want them to start being able to read, or sometimes being able to read, right? So we see these 2 massive walls of things we want our little friends coming in on here on the first day of school. This is what's ahead of you guys in 180 days. And like I said, we feel exhausted as teachers looking like, oh my gosh, so this is my to-do list.
Yeah,
These 2 things.
I wanted to call out here, Abby, that Joyce and Carl are making some real good points here, which I think you're actually leading up to, I believe, Abby. And Joyce is mentioning the fact that there's a lot of overlap between these 2 things, and that's exactly where we are heading. Joyce, kind of read our minds in some ways, but that's right. we've got two categories on the wall, one on the left, one on the right, the academics and the social emotional. But yes, exactly though. Hopefully people will begin to see some of that overlap that you're talking about, Joyce. And that's really what this is all about, because again, thinking back to the fact that we've got 180 days, it's not a lot of time, right? And so the only way that this is really going to be accomplishable is by integrating these pieces, right? And so it's not going to be a standalone bucket of the social emotional over here and a standalone bucket of the academics, right? To make it all work, we've got to bring these two things together and to make it as seamless as possible.
I mean, I think one of the nice things of doing it in person and being able to have two big walls like that is you can physically go over and say, oh, I would like, a lot of people here are saying that they want kids to be able to share as a social emotional. It's like you're 5 times on the wall. There's a lot of people over here who want kids to be able to do some simple addition and subtraction. Well, you can certainly imagine how you put those two together, right? So if you want kids to be learning how to share materials, I'm going to give you 2, or you're going to give me 3. That sounds an awful lot like sharing, right? So now we have these 2 parts of the wall that literally come together on almost, I mean, and every social emotional skill, capacity, ability that folks put up here inevitably lines up multiple times with academic. So I think one of the things, again, in our world, as we absolutely appreciate the whole emphasis on social and emotional ability and like the crisis and chaos that we're just constantly in. But one of the things to really bring together for teachers is that we don't, if we did work solely on our social emotional, getting ourselves all like at peace and everything like this first, then we're going to work on the academic, or vice versa. We could be doing it for 780 days, 24 hours, and never crack into that list, right? So they really do go together. And that's something to really help teachers sort of see from the very beginning. And also having those 2 post-it walls up the entire training is a really great visual and a prompt so that they can be like, so you're telling us how to do this? Check, 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 right? So I see a hand. Do you also see something in the chat?
I apologize, not a hand on my thing, but whoever.
Yeah, Amy Hoskins, you have your hand up? Yes, go ahead.
I do have my hand up. I also wanted to see, I know you talked about the academic side, but a lot of times I want to see where the teacher's mindset is for what they feel like a child should know in that particular grade, because a lot of times their ideal of what's development appropriate for that particular child in that grade may not be, what is really developmentally appropriate. So I would love to see that.
Yeah, and I think that too, again, thinking back to when we first, even the last slide where we were talking about goals, right? So our goals have to be, as yours, it sounds like you're saying, aspirational. We would love everybody to learn how to do physics. Has to be achievable as well, right?
Yeah,
So that might be a good, again, as a coach, I might, when you're saying like mindset, it's like one of the first things I like to find out about teachers, and to really like sort of help them think about. So that's a great aspiration. Validate that every aspiration is comes from a good place from teachers. Is that achievable for a 4-year-old? And again, maybe, maybe it is. Maybe physics. I actually do think physics is very achievable for a 4-year-old. But how will that 4-year-old, those 4-year-olds achieve that? Is it also another sort of coaching, I think, move is to have them really think about, you want them to be able to multiply by 7. Great. Break that down. If they have to be able to multiply by 7 on June 1st, what do they need to be knowing how to do on May 1st? And, so that's a really, I think for me, and I think Dave too, is a really helpful way to get teachers to unpack some of those post-its. Let's see, do we have any more hands up? I'm just going to scan real quick.
No, I think we're looking okay.
Good. Okay. So 180 days, getting all this done. So one of the ways, one big question that we always get is, well, why would you need a curriculum for early childhood? I mean, again, that's what we're talking about. Those 2 big post-it walls is about a curriculum for early childhood. I mean, that's why you're all here and why we're here, is to unpack a curriculum. So this is usually a question that we get. So let's get folks to answer that. So how would you answer this? Why do we need a curriculum? These are little friends, like they should be playing and doing stuff. Why do we need one?
I'll use a word that I use often in trainings, and that's intentionality. You know, we do have certain expectations for them, but rather than it being something haphazard, we want it to be methodical and be intentional about the activities that we provide for them.
I love that word. Why else? Why else do we need a curriculum? Do we need one? Maybe is another way that.
Maybe to help with the progression of learning, because what they may be learning at the end of the year is not something we would teach at the beginning, because we have to teach the stages of how a child develops.
I love it.
Okay.
I mean, I was gonna say, did you guys read the slide deck? But then I realized you do have the slide deck.
Maybe they are reading.
That's okay. No, I love it. These are all resonating with. Any more before we go on?
A lot of people hadn't been to school for know how to put lesson plans together. So rather than shooting from the hip, curriculums give some people some structure to go by. And then maybe after some time, once they see the routine, okay, ask why, WH questions, introduce vocabulary words, and then they can kind of learn from it and progress, from the curriculum, even if they come up with their own lesson plan.
Right. And, also thinking about the teachers that you're going to be working with in this project. I mean, we always think of new teachers, and new teachers for a number of reasons, right? They could be fresh out of, teacher school, 24 years old and, have, this is their first teaching experience, or we might have 5th grade teachers who have taught for 20 years and now they're coming down to teach, preschool and kindergarten. So new for a number of different reasons, right? Or very experienced teachers, but new to our curriculum. And like someone just said, it's, sort of the idea of like, you got to do all that, and so, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I remember being a new teacher, being like Sunday, the dread would start to bubble up around, 9 o'clock, like, oh, I really should get planning on for next week, right? So that is another reason why. Let's go ahead and anybody else before we move on? Trying to keep an eye on the different things. Okay. So a lot of people said it, and I love it. You said it first. It's a scope and sequence that follows that developmental, as if you were reading ahead, progression of skills and concepts, right? So one of the things that we found in Boston when pre-K came to our public schools, that's how we had a little bit of a history lesson. So we had a mayor who had a grandson that was a 4-year-old grandson coming to preschool. You think that had something to do with it. But so he opened preschools in our public schools. His public schools, you're going to do that. And one of the strategies was that we were going to have a single curriculum that was going to be for all of our preschool classrooms. And that's why, and that's one of the reasons we got this question, why do you need to do that? So one of the things we found, just in general of preschools in Boston, is that it wasn't that the teachers weren't doing a curriculum. But what we were finding was it was almost exclusively activity-based, meaning September you're studying the unit or the thing that kids are doing are apples. In October it's pumpkins and fall. February it's friendship and Valentine's, etc. You're studying bears in January, right? So while all of that is really great and really creative, and I love that it comes from teachers' classrooms, what we were finding was kids were all over the place going into kindergarten, right? So if you had a super sciencey teacher, that kid might know everything about a dinosaur and the prehistoric Mesozoic era, but couldn't write his name. Or if you had a literacy strength teacher, again, great. That kid might know a poem a day, but couldn't take apart the number 5.
Yeah, I mean, what we're really talking about down to the bones of it is we're talking about equity, equity of access to a high quality experience, and ensuring that all of the children, no matter what school they happen to be in and what part of the city, are able to access, again, high quality scoped and sequence experience.
And already sort of thought out, right? So again, there's no being up at Sunday night and being like, oh my gosh, where should they be? Let me check the big phone book of standards, right? So the scope and sequence follows that developmental progression of skills. Else is, again, oh, we love this, 3 E's. Make curriculum now makes a classroom effective, right? So we know that our kids in Boston who've gone through this focused curriculum not only do better on 3rd grade MCAS tests, but all the way into 5th grade. So whatever they're getting from pre-K, the bump that they're getting does continue all the way up through 5th grade. I mean, that's sort of where we based a lot of our research of the effectiveness of this curriculum. Efficient. Again, this is putting together, as when we unpack the curriculum, those 2 walls together, those 2 post-it walls, right? So it's like, yes, friends, you're learning how to share and be independent. You're also going to learn some great you're going to learn 10,000 vocabulary words in Unit 1, right? So that's already put together. Efficient teacher, again, not up at, midnight or 12, 1 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, because it's all been packed out there for you all. And then elegant. That's actually one of my favorite words about the curriculum, is because once teachers are freed from a lot of that, like, let me think where they should be in science or blah, 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 and like, let me search the internet for all these different activities I need to do next week. Elegant, once that's taken care of with this curriculum, it allows teachers to teach and kids to learn with that joy, right? You know what it feels like to be in a classroom where, or it's been a while, maybe for sometimes it's, I've been in classrooms where teachers are so stressed out about all the things they got to plan, that where's the joy? And the true joy it feels like to be in a classroom where a teacher, that's what they're focusing on. Okay, so there's a real elegance to having this all, sort of set out for folks. The explicit and the intentional instruction. Again, I love that idea, or the word happenstance. Yeah, you can be the most masterful teacher and not, have a lot of experience in your head, but for that's also a difference between being like, all right, explicit and intentional can be something as simple as saying, okay, this poem is about, I know this, teacher, as a teacher, that this is about rhymes. Okay, well, do you all know that the reason we're reading this poem is because about rhymes? Maybe, but how quick it is, or how masterful it is to say, you know what, friends, we're singing Down by the Bay. The rhyme is A. That took you 2 seconds to say, but now my little friend here, first time in school, is like, oh, that's what a rhyme is. Thank you for being both explicit and, again, the teacher being intentional, the power of what that is.
Now, one thing to keep in mind, and we're going to be spending a fair amount of time getting into this both later today and on Monday in our second session, is that all of these things that Abby's talking about and describing are characteristics of focus on pre-K, certainly, and very important as well. But just want to make sure that we understand and keep in mind that while we are talking about explicit and intentional instruction, we're talking about having that scope and sequence as part of the curriculum. This curriculum, focus on pre-K specifically, is absolutely not sort of a lockstep kind of a follow this on this day 100%, right to the letter of the law. One of the key characteristics of focus on pre-K, actually, in addition to these bits that Abby's been discussing, is the flexibility that's designed into it. As some of you noted on slides 4 and 5 with the post-it notes, you were really highlighting the importance of differentiation, right? Mm-hmm. And so I did just want to make sure that, before we leave this slide, to highlight the fact that that flexibility to differentiate, to meet the needs of the wide range of learners that will be in front of a teacher in any given classroom, is again a key aspect of focus that we'll take apart in much greater detail as we move through our time together.
But I'm sure everybody here who's a trainer of teachers will also say there's certainly a wide range of teachers. Like we said, like you could have a 5th grade teacher teaching 20 years, never been in front of a bunch of 4-year-olds, or you could have this fresh out of grad school teacher who doesn't have a lot of experience, teaching experience, but has a lot of like thoughts up here. You gotta train everybody around that, right? So anything that we're doing here that we're talking about supporting a classroom on this level in this training, we're also talking about like thinking about how this is important for classroom teachers as well. So the flexibility, again, one of the reasons why we're not actually looking at the website with all the curriculum on it first is because it usually freaks everybody out. I actually have all these documents on my computer, and it's something like 10,000 documents that are on.
Don't say
No,
that.
don't open. Yes. And so you can see how someone would be like, oh my God, if you thought those Post-its on the wall were intimidating and daunting, try opening up the curriculum and actually seeing that. And, you know, teachers are definitely so diligent. They're like, well, where is the manual? Where am I supposed to, I would like to now plan until like April. And one of the things that is, we will say very explicitly to you all and intentionally as trainers of this curriculum, that's one of the most difficult things for us to get across is that, yeah, it's 10,000 documents here. There are weekly plans and everything, but none of it, and we do emphasize fidelity because it is associated with good kid outcomes. Do you have, even though it says here, you do this at Tuesday at 10 o'clock, you actually don't have to do it at 10 o'clock. And that is, you know, you think that's a pretty simple idea? It's mind blowing. I don't know if it makes people more nervous or more relaxed to be like, well, wait a minute, it says you're doing it at 10 o'clock on Tuesday. We're like, actually, no, you don't have to do it. So we are going to appreciate, we all agree in this room, it sounds like that, yeah, we need a curriculum for early childhood. So we could, if that were the case, we just got to convince ourselves, we could leave now, take a nice long lunch. But we also are gonna recognize as trainers of this curriculum, and you all too, and you know, I'm sure you spend a lot of time with teachers or just ourselves. Change is hard, and it requires sort of even effort from, you know, from teachers, from kids, from those of us who are training and supporting them. And that change is always about shifting and lifting, right? So one of our tasks or one of our goals as trainers and support and coaches is to help teachers do this pragmatically, right? It's like getting everything from getting your materials organized effectively. 20% of these materials you don't need. It's one of the things that I usually say to a new teacher. And then also readily. Right. So this is everybody in this room probably, if we were talking just about coaching, the first word I bet everybody here would say trust, right? Developing that relationship with our teachers, because y'all got to come with us. We got to shift and lift together. We got to both be lifting the change couch up evenly. Right. And you got to have that because this is what you're asking folks to do. Right.
Yeah, I mean, Sandra mentioned actually back in the chat a little while ago the importance of that relationship piece and the trust aspect of this. It's absolutely critical. But let's.
Anything else here that does anybody want to add about sort of what this entails? Doing this, I'm so admiring that you all are taking this on. But it definitely sounds from everything that we've been hearing and seeing and the pre-work that folks are doing is this is a pretty big project, and gonna appreciate that it's not okay. Yeah, let's do it.
It's a lot involved.
Yeah. So we're gonna start now actually talking a little bit about focus specifically.
Yeah, and we're going to start from the big picture. The big picture inwards is how we're going to do this.
So the structure of, or the design and structure of the curriculum. So we talked about how we want that there is a scope and sequence, there is fidelity to the curriculum, et cetera, et cetera. But then we also just talked about flexibility. And that seems a little like they're not, they don't go together or they seem contradictory to each other. So here's where we really find the flexibility in both of those. So the curriculum is really designed around guiding principles, meaning sort of what we believe, or again, the mindset, what we believe and value about teaching and learning. So we want everything on those boards that people wrote up. We want kids to be active agents of their learning. We want teachers to be researchers of their classroom. That we believe that knowledge is constructed, not as like a bucket, but that it's an interactive and robust engagement, right? You got to really sell it to the crowd if you want them to buy it, right, kids. And so those guiding principles are what frame the curriculum. The thing that actually makes it happen, and again, those of us who are trainers, what we can see of those principles in our classrooms are these instructional practices. Again, whether you're teaching and learning about social emotional, whether you're teaching about the Mesozoic period in physics and dinosaurs, that's all going to stick much better and much more deeply if teachers are doing these kinds of things. This is like, these are the teacher moves that make those guiding principles happen. Differentiation, integration. This is like that, like that, like that, right? Drawing those connections for kids. Less whole group, more small group. That sounds like just a practical idea, but we're going to see in a bit as to why that's actually a practice, right? And that these are both of these guiding principles and these instructional practices are seen every single day. This is the Tuesday at 10 o'clock in our curriculum components, okay, which we're going to go through again. And even though, I love this part, even though it looks like differentiation lines up with teachers as researchers, all of these interact with each other. So each guiding principle informs an instructional practice. Each instructional practice and guiding principle is visible in a daily component. And so this dynamic interaction happening all the time, every moment, from the moment kids walk into the classroom to, again, that end of that 180th day, this is what makes the curriculum both hearty, responsive, and flexible, right? So yes, Tuesday at 10 o'clock is not necessary if we have these guiding principles. Kids are active agents, and you as a teacher are differentiating, and that's happening in every component that happens that day.
And going back to what Abby was talking about in terms of the positive results we see children in 3rd grade, 5th grade, et cetera, down the road, the levers that are really getting those results are not even so much the content piece of things in the curriculum, it's these practices right here on the screen in front of us that are the levers that get those results Abby was highlighting earlier.
And those of you, and again, just in Boston, these are the instructional practices and guiding principles that inform the rest of our pre-K to 2nd grade curriculum. So, yep, this is what's happening and focus on pre-K, but you can see facility, you know, imagine seeing facilitation of learning in kids as active agents in 2nd grade, in 5th grade. You know, my son's a junior in college, and his son's about to head college. I would love him to be experiencing this, right? Get my tuition's money worth, but so you can see how this is this frame allows for our curriculum to be responsive, inclusive, and differentiated. So going back to our highway of dreams and hope.
There it is.
That little wheel is holding that's everything we got to do to get to the end of the road. But that's really like that's the wheel that's holding up the majority of the weight of all of this. Okay. So what are on the other 3 wheels?
Stay tuned, we're going to find out. Here they are.
So focus on pre-K. Again, a little bit of a history lesson. Was when it first came to Boston, it was the OWL literacy curriculum. And I'll tell you a little story about that in just a second. And also the building blocks math curriculum. I forgot what year it was, I think in 2017, the OWL went out of print, or they told us that it's
the specific edition of OWL that we were using. Yes.
And they were like, don't worry, friends in Boston, you've been doing this for 4 or 5 years, we have a new OWL. And we looked at it, And it really did not have the same integrity or the same quality that our original owl did. And we really wanted to stick to that original owl because that is the version that kept getting us those consistent results, right? So we were scared. But we chose to sort of look at it as both crisis and opportunity, because now we had 5, 6, 7 years of this literacy, the owl and building blocks in our classrooms, which again, you can imagine Boston has about 1 million variations of classrooms and teachers. And so from coaching and professional development, and also things that happened in those ensuing years. Common Core was not around in the original OWL. In our district, culturally and linguistically sustaining practices, cognitive demand, all of these sort of newer things that came along. This was our opportunity to now make those priorities explicit and intentional in our curriculum. So what you have now, what we're going to be going through, what you're going to be training your teachers on, is this revision or refinement, I think is probably a better word, of the OWL, the building blocks, and incorporating 21st century skills. So those are the other 3 kinds of content, I guess, wheels on our little highway of hope.
Right.
Yep. Anything else about that before we move on to some small group work?
Hey, this is the first time I've ever seen it referred to as 21st century skills. I love that personally because it took me years of trying to figure out how to explain to parents the purpose of Common Core and why we were moving out of the rote memory. And it's okay that a child doesn't know how to do a math problem the same way as you do, because we're not training these children to go to factories where it's repetition all the time. We've got to build these skills in children, and this is how it happens.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I love that.
The world is changing, and we need to keep up with that in terms of how we're educating our children. Exactly.
Right. And so the idea that, you know, what we're trying to build for kids is both being able to face the challenges and opportunities that the 21st century will be affording them. So yeah, love that. Okay, so we're gonna get into like a little bit of small group work, really taking apart the curriculum a little bit. So as I said, the original OWL was a literacy-based curriculum. So you'll definitely see early literacy skills addressed a lot. I mean, it's one of the wheels of our curriculum, our curriculum.
Sure.
Okay. So we're gonna split up into breakout rooms. Mr. Zoom is gonna make it all happen. And we're gonna just take a look at some of the texts that are in the curriculum.
Yes. So what's going to happen? I'm going to split you guys into seven different breakout rooms, and each, as you can see here, each of those rooms, whatever number you are, that is the book that you're going to be looking at. And all you need to do is click on the cover of the book in your slideshow right there, and it should bring up a quick YouTube video of somebody reading the text. And you are going to be listening to that narrated text, and you're going to just be thinking about in your small group what might children be getting from a text such as this, academically and both socially, emotionally. And so you're going to have a quick chat for about 7 minutes in your groups. So we'll come back and we'll share out with each other. So
yeah, so watch the book. And then think of 3 academic and 3 social emotional skills that they can be learning from the book that you're looking at.
All right, everybody's back.
That was fun. Everybody got to read some good stories.
Hopefully, and I'm sure that some of these are probably familiar to some of you anyhow, so might be some familiar.
Everybody definitely probably saw an ad for Grammarly.
Thanks to YouTube,
Every
I'm sure.
YouTube.
Yes.
Is a Grammarly ad.
Right. So we're just gonna take a few minutes now and ask the groups to share out briefly about just a very quick synopsis of the story itself that each group had, and then again, thinking about academic and social emotional opportunities within each of these stories. And so I'm going to go to room 1, which was hopefully looking at the snowy day. And if any of the 4 of you want to just tell us very quickly what the snowy day is all about. Again, acknowledging that it's probably familiar to a few, but.
Okay, I'm going to speak, but if any of y'all want to jump in, please jump in. We got a little off task. It took us a bit to get our story going, but we are all very familiar with that story. So we just, I mean, I know that I feel like that story has so much to offer, even though it's short. It is so great for children of all ages because there's so much conversation to be had in that story. And so I can just tell you like one simple little experience from a very young child. You know, we got to talk about even it rolled over into making snow angels. So, and he said that the snow angels look like butterflies. So I'm just bringing that up to say that there's so much conversation, which leads to so much support and social emotional skills and skills all over across the curriculum. So y'all are welcome to jump in and add anything to that. Because I'm not even sure if that was exactly what response you were looking for.
Yeah, thank you for that, Robin. Did anybody else from that group want to add to Robin's great points?
But where are the vegetables?
Oh, okay.
Sorry?
They had the ugly vegetables.
Somebody.
In the community.
Yes. So Robin, yeah. So okay. So the snowy day, great. So room 1. Thank you for that. Why don't we then move to room 2 next, which was looking at bringing the rain to Kapiti Plain.
So that was my first time to read that book or listen to that book, and I still had 2 minutes to go. I don't know what happened at the end. I'm very interested in it. So to speak with from our group, I saw a lot of predictable text, a lot of building vocabulary.
Dahlia plucks some meat. But where's Keone?
Michael, you're not on mute.
Somebody is
So
still.
listen to it. That's great. Or that's community soup.
Yes.
Mike's still watching the book.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. So I'll pass it on to my other teammates.
Yeah, and one of the things that I actually forgot to ask Robin to do, I'll ask you to do it, Marissa, or one of your teammates to do, is just very briefly describe to your colleagues, to us, what Kapiti Plain is actually all about. What happens in the story? What is the plot?
We know about half of the plot. We don't know how it ended.
That's fair enough. Give us the first half.
It's predictable, so we
there is the farmer, I guess we call him, because that's what we call him here. And his animals, his herd, his cows. There's a huge cloud that's blocking the rain. The rain is not falling. It's very becoming drought conditions. The cows are mooing, asking for rain, and a magic feather drops from an eagle, and he creates a bow and uses the feather to create an arrow, and have no idea what else happens.
Okay.
We're hoping that title, Bringing the Rain to Kapiti Plain, is actually what is happening.
Yeah, you stopped right at the cliffhanger moment there, it sounds like.
Yeah, that will happen. Yes.
Stay tuned.
I'm assuming the arrow triggered rain from the cloud when he shot the cloud with the arrow.
Exactly right. That's exactly what happens. That's perfect. Thank you. And then just before I'm going to go very briefly back to the snowy day, which is, just a fairly straightforward story about a boy named Peter, the main character, who wakes up one morning and it just snowed overnight, and he goes outside, and it's really just a series of adventures that he has as he's walking around his neighborhood in the newly fallen snow. Making snow angels is one of those adventures, along with making snowballs and other things with his friends outside.
So academically, this sounds a lot like a science and math standard with about experimenting, problem solving. I'm pretty sure, well, in Massachusetts, there's definitely a whole thing about precipitation and weather. that has to do with that.
I think that's an important point too, is that it's going to look a little different from our perspective. You guys are well versed in snow adventures, whereas our children will not be.
Absolutely, but they can still, whether you're reading The Snowy Day or Kapiti Plain, which, drier conditions, you're still thinking you still see the opportunity for kids to be thinking about weather, right?
Yes, and so that both of these books actually, The Snowy Day and Kapiti Plain are both taking place in the third unit of the curriculum, which is our wind and water unit. And so, with that sort of broad umbrella about wind and water, there are certainly ways to change things up so that it does not have to necessarily be focused on the snow piece of things in the Snowy Day. Let's go to group 3, community soup. What was it all about in community soup? Adrian or Michael or Robin?
Jamie, we can't hear you. I'll just tell you really quickly.
Okay.
Sorry. Go ahead, Jamie. Go.
Oh, okay. I was just going to say this, Jamie. So it was a story about a garden outside maybe a school or a community where the children were working together to harvest all the vegetables that have grown in their garden. And so they're trying to make it into a soup. But of course, one of the children in the story, Keone, she's having trouble finding her animals. They're always lost. They're always getting into mischief. And so one of the children actually gets upset and says, let's just put the goats in the soup itself. But however, they become really resourceful children and they end up finding a solution. And they decided instead of actually putting the goat in the soup, they would use the milk and make it like a creamy soup. And so they kind of all work together and come together as a community. And I guess it's a schoolhouse, but anyway, and kind of work together to build that soup together using all the resources.
Love it. So I start seeing some of these like sticky notes that we put up again from the beginning of the training, starting to get kind of put together here, right? Community. I think that would be up on your social emotional side of the wall. Problem solving, collaborate. Oh, 21st century skill.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah. So that's a great one.
All right.
Can I say one thing about it?
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead.
excuse us.
When I looked at the academic side and something that I could do in my classroom related to community soup, I thought about sorting or maybe graphing the different types of vegetables that they use, the pumpkins, the beans, the sweet potatoes, and the corn, and maybe asking my students, which one of you all, like pumpkins more. So I would, jot down those students' names who love pumpkins more than the other vegetables and beans more than the other vegetables and so on and so forth.
Exactly.
That's a nice.
Oh, I love it. I love the math. Here comes the math coming down off of that wall, putting together with that community.
It's a nice connection. Yeah. Michael, thanks for that. I mean, there are a lot of great math connections there too. I'm just thinking about like the recipe. If I remember correctly, at the back of that book, there's actually a recipe for the soup in the story. And so thinking about the measurements that are involved in putting together a recipe is another math potential piece as well. So that's great. Thank you.
And actually, I'm gonna recognize too that everything you just described, going back to those guiding principles and instructional practices, right? So everything you just described, kids being active agents, putting the soup together themselves, that sounds a lot like robust interaction and high engagement. And so again, that's how that frames the text. So I really appreciate that you're already thinking that way.
I appreciate Candace's making a point here about kids might be familiar with the goat down there in Mississippi. That might actually,
really?
that might be a thing that they can relate to.
We'll trade a goat for snow.
Which is cool. Yeah, that's a little bit farther afield for most of the kids up here in Boston. But yes.
So actually, we'll definitely talk more about this in the second day that we're training. But obviously the Snowy Day, that's going to be 2 days from now, and we're going to get a snowstorm for 8 to 12 inches. And probably not seen snow in Mississippi in, I don't know, decades. But if we were to, things that folks had said, teaching them about precipitation, cooperation, friendship, any of those ideas, any of those skills or concepts that's in the Snowy Day that they could learn. can you think of it? I bet you all could probably generate at least 10 other books that could teach kids the same ideas, right? So snowy day, kids have never, or maybe it's great. Maybe that would actually be a great thing for kids to read a book about something that they know nothing or have no familiarity with and could think about taking
Right.
apart some of those concepts. So there's some flexibility right there. Great.
Let's go to group number 4.
Yeah, One Dark Night.
What's that one all about?
What are we learning from that?
Group 4. That was Connie and Tara, Elizabeth.
The book was about, it was a stormy night. And there was counting between when the lightning strikes and the thunder comes. So there was some counting involved there. That we didn't get to listen to the whole book. We only got through part of it, but there was a problem that came in with the book because there was a noise at the door, and it turned out to be a cat who had kittens. And the cat brought each of the kittens to the door, and the young boy and his grandfather received the kittens and had to figure out what to do with them. So I'm going to let some of my other group chime in. Kelly, Tara.
What are some other things kids could learn? Group 4.
I kind of mentioned briefly as we were, I'm sorry. I kind of mentioned briefly before we got disconnected that with the social and emotional side of things, that we could talk about the whole managing emotions. If the child is upset when it comes to a storm, that recognize and adapt expression behaviors and actions. And then of course there's math that can be tied into it as well on the academic side when they did the counting, and then the kittens and so forth.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a nice point about the social emotional piece. Definitely, children's comfort level with the storms, the thunder, and that piece of things.
Or even just the idea that the family structure, right? I'm sure that you all have kids who, this is not a sort of nuclear family of a mother, father, sister, brother, but grandparents and taking care of a child. Different configure, or maybe a very familiar configuration for our little friends.
Yes, the grandparents taking care of the child and the child taking care of the cats, caring for other living creatures, providing shelter for them, etc. Let's go to group number 5, taking a look at Dandelion.
Okay. Go ahead, Sandra. So we didn't get to finish the book either, but so the book was about this lion who got an invitation in the mail from his friend Jennifer Giraffe to come to a party. And so he decides that he doesn't have anything really to wear to the party. So he goes and gets a makeover and gets his hair cut and everything and gets measured for a new suit. And I thought that was a good way you could, bring in math with the measurement. And then I thought about the community with him receiving the mail, his, invite in the actual snail mail. So, so I thought about that. And so I really don't know how it ends. I know he gets all dressed up and everything and gets to his friend's house, and she doesn't recognize him. And so it cut us off with, and I'm assuming she didn't recognize him because his makeover made him so different. Yeah, so I thought there was a lot of opportunity for social emotional in that one with friendship, and they worked together to solve a problem because he didn't like the way his hair looked in the beginning. So his friends helped him work out a better way. So I don't know, ladies, anybody else?
Well, I know the ending to the story.
All right.
Oh, okay. So I've seen the book and all, but I guess I've never read the complete book.
Yeah. So when his friend doesn't recognize him, she shuts the door, and he's so sad and disappointed and doesn't really understand why she doesn't. But he walks away, gets caught in a big wind blows away the dandelions he's brought to her, blows away his hat. Then it starts to rain, and his beautiful permed mane, gets drenched and goes back to the way it was before he went to the salon. And the sun comes out, and he's just so sad and disappointed. So there's all the social emotional, he had anticipation, and then confidence, and then all that kind of gets washed away with the rain. But he goes and sits on his friend's doorstep, and she actually opens the door and says, "Oh, there you are. We've been waiting on you." And so he goes in and has tea and cookies and stuff with all the friends. And then Jennifer Giraffe tells the story of this strange, silly lion that came to the door. And he says it was him. So they all have a good laugh. And he says, "I'll just be me from now on." So, but the vocabulary was really great in that story, a lot of alliteration. And I thought about, writing invitations, and like Sandra said, with the mail. And so I'm gonna hush because there were 2 other people on our group.
I love it. Yeah.
Anybody else?
I just thought about, I was in the group also about sequencing too. We could have sequenced the events in the story.
Yeah, actually, I love the literacy connections here too, again, or even the sequencing, the beginning, middle, and end of the plot. Actually, one of the things that we love about this story in the invitation, she says in the invitation, "Come as you are," right? And so it's like, which is a very odd, or it's a very novel phrase to say to kids, or how do we explain "come as you are"? And so we see what happens. He gets all fancy, right? And it isn't the way he actually is, and how she doesn't recognize him. But then when he returns, so meta, right? Returns to his original self. He's then recognized for who he is, which is really a kind of a lovely idea.
It's a lovely idea, and it gives the kids a lot to think about.
Storms, we got another rainstorm. It's a different kind of cat caught in a storm.
A big cat, yes, sure. Right, a big cat caught in the storm.
And I would say this is one of my favorite books in the curriculum, because one of the things that kids do is they create a barber shop in dramatic play, and it is, I cannot tell you how great it is that the kids really, really love. They go visit barbershops in the neighborhood. They perm each other's hair, pretend. They do all kinds of, they sell appointments and all these kinds of things. So it's really one of our favorite, again, thinking about what will kids learn. Looking at those sticky notes, you can just feel the joyful learning that can come out of a book like this.
Where are we?
We're on dreams.
Dreams, number 6.
Hey, we were in group 6, but it was completely my fault because I was looking at the wrong slide and I picked out the wrong book. So I apologize.
That's okay.
Yeah. We did.
Completely my fault.
That's okay, but it was a good book.
It was a good book. It was Zinnia's Flower Garden.
Okay. Oh, that might have been Dave's link.
I don't know where you would have gotten to that on this one, but that's
He's
fine.
denying it all. But does anybody know what that story is about? Even if you didn't get a chance to, you read something.
Well, that was my first time, so we did get it going. So that was my first time reading that story, and of course it's called Zinnia's Flower Garden, and it's about gardening and seasons, and it also talks about the process that she goes through as far as planting the flowers. She plants the flowers, she passes the seeds down, she waters them. She also talks about the sun and how it's going to shine on them, and the water to grow them. And it deals with also, I think about social and emotional. It talks about patience and how, she would go every day to see if anything grows. And then she finally saw something blooming, and she was so exciting. So it had a lot of language and bold, beautiful colors. Of course, it deals with sequencing and what goes first, what she does next. I'm gonna let you guys chime in too. I don't want to talk all.
Well, Michael Jackson, you kind of set the stage. I mean, that's pretty much it, other than all the things, you know, the vocabulary about putting things in a row. That can be a great fine motor activity, lining things up, the sequence, the science of it, being patient, use the vocabulary word seedling, which, you know, we don't typically use a lot. So a lot of areas addressed in that book.
Yeah, and I didn't know that zinnia was the name of a flower. So they also could talk about the names and the meanings of their names, of children's names. So I thought that was neat.
And dandelion and dandelion.
Yes.
Right. I'm in, you know, I'm pretending that I'm in a room with you all, and like all the standards folks are just like their little brain, they're just lighting up and being like, oh, sequencing standard and, you know, planting, fine motor. And I'm just hoping that this is all making you feel like, whoo, this is awesome. Check. Good.
Let's finish it off with the 7 Chinese sisters from group 7.
7 and 7. Did you do that on purpose?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll start. Well, I didn't get to finish the book either, but from what I got out of it, 7 Chinese sisters, I saw a lot in it when it came to academics, in particular, order, because each time it mentioned a sister first, second, third, fourth. Also with alphabet recognition, each number word, I think the beginning letter was capital and it was in boldface. Counting, and like I said before, number words in particular with the social and emotional. When I think about that, it's the fact that number 1, it was 7 sisters, and that baby girl got in trouble.
Yes, she did.
The dragon. Yeah, you know, and they had to basically put their knowledge and put their talents together to work together to try to figure out how to save the system. So that's what I got from it. So
that's awesome. Yeah, and if you didn't get to finish the story, that 7th sister gets in trouble, she grows up and becomes a school teacher. Which is very
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch the one.
Yeah.
Yes. But that's actually a nice way to end things, because the 7 Chinese sisters is one of the read alouds from unit 1 of the curriculum, and Zinnia's Flower Garden is one of the read alouds from unit 6, the final unit of the curriculum. So the inadvertent inclusion of Zinnia is actually a nice piece of things, because it kind of highlights one of the additional kind of pieces about the way that this curriculum works is that, you know, I mean, 7 Chinese sisters is certainly about the family of those 7 girls, you know, living together, taking care of each other. And then we sort of move over time across units, this idea of care and, you know, caring for other things. We're moving from what's closest to us, which is our family and our immediate family, caring for our immediate family. Now we're talking about caring for plants, for flowers, for the earth, and for the world around us. You know, and so thinking about how an idea, again, that begins in the first unit grows and evolves and changes shape across the 6 units of the curriculum is something that we're actually going to get into in a little more depth in just a moment here.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons we do this activity with teachers, literally when we're previewing a unit, we do exactly what we just did. We break them up into groups, and we just have them look at the books that they're going to be using for that unit. And again, not looking at any plans, not, you know, putting anything pen to paper, but just thinking, if we read this book to our friends, our kids, what is it? What are the opportunities? What kinds of things could they be learning? Again, socially, emotionally, as well as academic. And that's really important or that's really helpful for teachers to see, oh, wait, not only can they learn that in this book in week 1, they're also going to see that in week 4. And they're also going to see that, oh, that's right, there's a book in unit 6 that's also going to address that. So if you want to share go back to our slides.
Yes.
This slide we use to really demonstrate that.
Minutes right here.
So as we said, while this is primarily a literacy curriculum, you can see how multiple content units are addressed by using this frame. Okay, I don't see it.
Am I not sharing this?
Nope.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, let's do this.
Yeah.
Jeez. Come on. Apologies. Here it comes.
There we go.
There it is.
Yes, so across the curriculum, again, there are read alouds for each unit. There's 4 or 5, there's 5 read alouds for each unit. That's not to say these are the only books that are in the curriculum, but these are the ones that we use for instruction that cut across 6 thematic units. And just like we just saw, you see concepts, skills, progression addressed across all of them. And a couple of reasons or some things to notice about that, this allows kids to deepen their understanding of concepts like responsibility and care, as David said. In Unit 1, they're relating to their families and caring for one another. In Unit 6, they're caring for the larger responsibility for caring for the environment. This allows them to expand skills, such as problem solving. In Unit 2, Matthew and Tilly are having an argument and negotiating. By Unit 5 in the puddle pail, they're learning how to take another perspective, literally another person's perspective. This also helps kids complicate their thinking. This is one of the key elements of the curriculum, is that or just thinking about how young kids learn, continually complicating their thinking, right? So for example, in Dog's Colorful Day, which is in Unit 4, the simple thing of like, how did I get stained, right? How does the dog get stained? To Unit 6, where they're then gonna have to problem solve, how do we make this garden grow, right? So a lot more simple from cause and effect to something of multiple variables. And then finally, it also helps kids refine their strategies, their learning strategies, or their learning frames, such as comparing and contrasting. How are things similar or different is going to be a refrain through the curriculum. So for example, they see in Unit 5, Ezra Jack Keats's dreams, but they also are familiar with Ezra Jack Keats from all the way from Unit 2, because he's the author of A Snowy Day and A Letter to Amy. Okay, so they're going to see what's same and different about this other book with a different character, same author, same illustrator. Okay, so again, going back to that scope and sequence, that sort of elegance of the curriculum, and how it's really this hearty construction. Any questions here or noticings before we move on to, again, a key component of the read aloud, a little bit more about the read alouds?
And I just want to highlight Lydia in the chat right here, put the word connections with a big exclamation mark next to it and a smiley face. And that's one of the other kind of key aspects of this curriculum, as Abby's just kind of walked us through here. But, you know, one of the big things that we are always working with teachers on is making visible to the children the connections from one read aloud to the next, from one unit to the next in terms of concepts, big ideas, etc. This is a curriculum all about connections. And Abby and I have been at this now for, you know, a million years, and we're still, you know, every single day finding additional new and more deeper connections to be articulated with different pieces of this curriculum. So,
and you can also see how for little children, how that's a scaffold within itself. Right. So it's kind of like if they know who Ezra Jack Keats is from multiple books and, you know, the early units, when they see dreams, they have an idea of how this might turn out. They're familiar with the neighborhood that they see illustrated. They'll see familiar characters. So and that's the other thing. I always, whenever I'm in a classroom coaching, the little kids make connections that you're like, oh, right.
Yes, yes.
He is a dandelion. And a lion, and his face and his hair, as they say, oh, it looks like what a dandelion looks like. And you're like,
yes, it's amazing.
Wow.
It's amazing when it happens.
Amazing little 4-year-old. So we're going to get into actually now one of the key different things about the curriculum, and that is the read aloud. So these are familiar books, familiar authors, great stories, etc. But in focus, we have something called multiple reads. And again, we're going to be super clear. This is literally one of the most difficult shifts and lifts for teachers to make. So in focus, each book of those 5 books in each of the units is read 4 times. It's called a multiple read structure. And again, years of training this is one of the things that is the most difficult thing for to see happen in a classroom. Why do you think, I mean, we're here with a whole bunch of folks that work with teachers. Why is that idea or that practice, why do you think that is one of the harder components for people to do?
Because when you've read it one time, why read it again?
Yeah.
Speak to us like teachers.
Or that's what
We've already read that.
That's it. That's one of the things. Yeah.
I think it's because teachers get bored with it, but they forget that, you know, to pay attention to the enjoyment of the children. So I just think sometimes we as teachers just get wrapped up and we're just going through the motions and we're reading the same thing over and over and over, and we don't look for new joys in those things.
That's one thing too. Yep. So yeah, so teachers usually say like, oh, okay, I understand. How about this too? If teachers feel like, well, I know how to read stories to kids, right? I think I know how to do this. And go ahead, Dave.
Well, no, I was going to say, I mean, one of the key points that I just heard you said there was reading the same thing over and over and over again. You know what I mean? That's really what we're going to be cracking into in just a minute right here.
And, right. And so when we say, okay, so each read aloud is read 4 times.
What we don't mean by that is what you were just referencing, actually, because we don't mean it's the same book read over and over again, but it's not going to be read the same way.
So here's again something that's very different about this curriculum, this structure of the multiple reads, is while the book is read 4 different times, there is a different strategy, early literacy strategy for each of those reads. So first read is called the orientation read. And this is sort of the read that everybody seems to know how to, it feels very confident doing. You read the story, you highlight vocabulary, it focuses on meaning and enjoyment, right? So I don't think we can say this enough times. We probably say it 1,000,000 times. This is the only time the book is read cover to cover. The only time it's read cover to cover.
As part of the read aloud component.
Whoa. Okay, so that's first. In the second read is called the reconstruction read. And again, the book is not read all the way through. The task here, or the strategy, is for the kids to reconstruct the story with you, right? So everything that we just talked about, predicting what's going to happen, using the vocabulary. Well, how do we, you know, what he's caught in, what is that called that he's caught in? A thunderstorm, or like a thunderclap from One Dark Night. They have to reconstruct the story correctly or accurately, let's say it that way, with you. Okay, and express the main idea of the story and the character's motivation. So we can even see there, that's a lot more sophisticated than the orientation read, right? The third read is called the Chime In. Oops, is called the Chime In. And in this one, the task or the strategy is for children to focus on key phrases and words. So they get, let's think of one. Peter and his father are going to the store where they buy the paint. That's called a hardware store, right? So they're, you know, Dandelion is feeling really what's that word that has to do with feeling kind of sad and upset at the same time? Frustrated. Right? Or what does Jennifer Giraffe's invitation say here? Read it with me. Come as you are, right? So with this one is also very different than the orientation. Not read all the way through, but teachers, they're going to choose key phrases or key parts in the story for the kids to chime in on. The fourth read, which is really fun in our preschool classrooms, is called the acting out read. So again, this is not a full-blown, Busby Berkeley, we're going to put on a show and do the entire book of Peter's Chair. The purpose of this read is to act out a few key scenes in the story and do it from the perspective of the character. So they're going to use vocabulary that character would use. They would act like that character. Okay, so this book has now been read 4 times. If teachers are doing this, first, second, third, these separate strategies, you won't hear kids saying, wait, we already read this. Or you can also hear a teacher saying like, right, so this is a very different thing that I'm doing than reading this book 4 different times. Okay.
A couple of other things to keep in mind with the structure of 4 reads that Abby described is that these 4 reads are not happening back to back from one day to the next to the next. And I'll try to articulate that a little more clearly here. So say, for example, we begin with the first read of Peter's Chair on a Monday. On the following day, on Tuesday, we don't do the second read of Peter's Chair. What we would do is we would do the first read of another one of those core read alouds for that particular week. So we do the first read of Peter's Chair on the Monday, first read of 7 Chinese Sisters on Tuesday, second read of Peter's Chair on the Wednesday, second read of 7 Chinese Sisters on the Thursday, right? So the reads are staggered, again, which helps to mitigate some of the, oh my gosh, we're doing this over and over and over again, kind of a situation right there. And what that also allows for is that allows for in between the reads, children to have nice solid opportunities to go and engage in a whole variety of center activities and other lessons that we're going to get into later on that deepen their understanding of the books in between the reads. So that between the first and second read, children have gone and built block towers like Peter does in Peter's Chair. They have gone and pretended to paint baby cribs like Peter does to prepare for his baby sister's arrival, so that when they come back to that second read, they understand a little bit more deeply what the story is all about from those experiences, the planning that they've done in between each of the reads.
So again, can't say again enough about how this is one of the most difficult shifts for teachers to do. And it's actually one of the big trends that we always address in coaching and supporting them in doing that. Just a couple of quick examples, and then we're actually going to practice. So I guess I would say what's really important is to take some time carve out a lot of time in your training for teachers to practice doing these 4 different reads, right? Because it really is very different than what we all probably learned how to do, is to read a book all the way through. For example, the orientation read seems pretty straightforward. One of the things that teachers need to do is not to stop on every single page, define the vocabulary, ask them, or do things like picture walks. What do you think's happening here on that first read? Because, if that's the first time the children are looking at the book, for some of them, they aren't able to answer that question about what's happening here because they haven't heard this book before yet, right? And that's based on a lot of thinking about, again, an early literacy skill. So we know that when you're reading when young children are reading a book for the first time, Peter's Chair, let's say, and says, oh, here's Peter in the morning. I wonder if he's having cereal for breakfast. Did you have cereal for breakfast? And then what ends up happening is everybody in the classroom says what they had for breakfast. And that little kid says, I had a banana for breakfast. And then what we sort of found was then if you ask kids right after that, what's Peter's Chair about? Many of them will say,
it's about bananas.
It's about bananas and breakfast. So, again, building that muscle memory to not stop on every single page, or again, to go down what we call bunny trails by asking some of those are great questions to be asking. In a first read, you're gonna, strategically for a new reader and a new listener for books, it's going to sort of take you off that task of doing that orientation for them. Okay, any sort of questions or noticings about this? I know in your mind, you're like going, that seems pretty straightforward to be training teachers. Believe me, it is a really difficult or a challenging shift. Let's put it that way. Everyone can do it, and it's great when they do, but it is definitely a challenge.
What I've learned about strategies like this and through my years of coaching, whether it's reading books or asking general questions, is it conditions the children's brain to listen intentionally to prepare for these type of questions. And so when you ask questions and give feedback, they add language to it. And I've shared with teachers this year that if you do this when you're reading, it'll encourage your children to listen more because they know that you're going to ask questions like this. So it just molds their brain to get ready for this.
Absolutely.
And Carl, also it prepares them for the act out part, so I want to be prepared to do my part when it's time to act out. So it also conditions them to be ready. I like the act out part because it gives teachers an opportunity to put the characters in the bag or do the story from a box. It doesn't have to be the book in front of you. And then it gives you an opportunity to use some hands-on characters, some hands-on something else. It allows you to really become creative, but it goes back to that intentionality part of wanting to do that.
Like making flannel board, a story to put in the book area so they can retell it that way, along with physically acting it out.
So we have a lot of access points through all of these different reads for all the different kinds of kids, right? So it's kinetic, it's physical, right? Yeah, so go ahead.
And it also during that time allowed parents to get involved, because I would even have them to bring in some things from home to have them to act out the part. So the parents were really excited about reading, which made the kids excited about reading. So yeah.
Yes, it is a very sort of a high draw kind of a piece of things, that fourth read. One thing that we always do, just try to emphasize with teachers as well during that acting out piece of things, is to feel free to have multiples of each of the characters. So for example, if we're acting out Peter's chair, and you've got three children who all want to be Peter. And that's, you can have three Peters when you're acting out the story,
It's
right?
our play.
Right, so there's some flexibility with that. It doesn't have to be, there's only one Peter of the story, so we can only have one Peter up on the stage, quote unquote. Multiple Peters at a time is perfectly fine.
So another thing that we're going to talk about more in depth, I think, in the next session, but which we're always trying to figure out. So, right, we got all these standards aligned, we've got all these great opportunities. How do we know that kids understand all these different things, right? So this multiple read, just sort of looking at how this is strategically set out. Can you, so if you're in the acting out read, and the direction is, okay, someone's gonna act like Jennifer Giraffe, who's really confused. Okay, that's a pretty sophisticated word for a 4-year-old. And the Jennifer Giraffe characters, more than one, 3 kids, do they act confused? Do they understand that word? And how could a teacher tell that they understand that word, that they understand that perspective, right? There you go, there's your assessment right on the spot. Because if the kid run around with like party hats on, it's like, well, maybe that's not, or if that is their sort of acting out or their interpretation of confused. Tell me, little friend, why would Jennifer Giraffe act like that? And he might say, because she's running around trying to figure it out. Okay, well, I think my friend here understands confused.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we see multiple opportunities, again, not just for the learning part for kids, but also for teachers to kind of like, take into account, are they learning? Right.
So what I'm thinking, actually, can you, I just got to confer with Abby for just 5 seconds here, real quick. Sorry.
Let's see if we're on our time. So
yeah, give us just 30 seconds.
We didn't need to be on mute about that. Dave was like going, I think we should give them a break. I was like, well, you could say that.
I can say that in front of everybody, I guess, but that's fine. Just to make sure we're on the same page. So yeah, what we're gonna do right now, actually, is we're gonna take a 10-minute break, let everybody stretch their legs and take care of what they need to take
Answer
care
a
of.
couple of emails.
Right, and when we come back, we are going to watch a video of a teacher here in Boston doing one of our 4 reads. We will have a little bit of a protocol that we'll use to look at that and debrief that.
We're gonna coach.
That's right. Coaching will happen.
get
So
your coaching rules.
join us back here in 10 minutes and we'll keep going. Thank you.
We'll be here. Love it.
So as we said, we're going to take a look at a teacher now from Boston Public Schools doing a read aloud. It's going to be the second read is what we're going to be seeing here. Teacher named Lily, reading a book called Play With Me from Unit 5 of the curriculum.
And so we get to do what everybody here is sort of best at. We all get to coach. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch Lily do the second read, take notes. And we always think about, go ahead and go back to the slide deck.
Yes.
We use a really simple protocol when we're taking notes, when we're observing teachers, called See, Think, Wonder. If you all have a typical, I don't know, note catcher or something, we're going to encourage you to use that, or just again, to sort of like what you would use to debrief with the teacher. Because we're going to have a few minutes to digest our notes, and then we're going to meet with her. She's going to take our kids to the gym, and then we're going to coach her. So
yeah, so let's give this a watch. It's going to be about 7 minutes long or something like that, and hopefully let's try it out. Get it to the right time. I had it set and it's not set anymore. Just a minute. Here we go. Best laid plans.
We're in the middle of class observation, so we appreciate your self-talk, Dave.
Sorry about that. Marissa, you just threw me a little bit, but I'm going to bring it back. Sorry. No, it's all good. Turn that off. I have to turn this off.
Flowers.
We can't hear it, Abby.
Yeah, I know.
So Marissa, you're saying you
Yes.
can't hear?
We're going to fix that right now.
Okay, sorry. I think we're on 2 computers. Apologies.
Here we go. Try it one more time. This will work. Why do I sound like this?
Yes. Lots of flowers. The sun was up and there was dew on the grass. And I went to the meadow to play. You know what dew is? No. Dew is the wetness you see on grass. If ever you go to the park, you see early in the morning, you see wetness on the grass. That's dew. Didn't rain. It just happens to be wet. That's dew. Now, you know what a meadow is, right? Remember in rabbits and raindrops? Remember the rabbits were jumping out of the hedge and they went onto the meadow? That was a meadow. You remember there was 5 little bunnies? Remember that? I remember. Okay. Now, let's go on. So here she is going into the meadow. A grasshopper sat on the leaf of a weed. Here's the grasshopper. He was sitting on a weed. This weed right there. It's growing right there. He was eating it up for his breakfast. He was busy eating. So she said, "Grasshopper," I said, "will you play with me?" And I tried to catch him, but he leaped away. Could she get it? No. A frog stopped jumping and sat down by the pond. Here's the frog. He was waiting to catch a mosquito. You know what a mosquito is, right? No. It's a little insect that kind of buzzes around and can kind of sting you or actually bite you, and that's not fun. But mosquitoes are what frogs eat. Yeah, there are lots of mosquitoes. Okay, so she says, "Frog, will you play with me?" And I tried to catch him, but he leaped away too. There goes the frog. Take that and put it down. Then a turtle was sitting on the end of a log. Here he is. He was just sitting all still, getting warm in the sun. Turtle, I said, "Will you play with me?" But before I could touch him, here's that turtle. Before she could touch him, he plopped into the water. There he goes. A chipmunk was sitting beneath the oak tree, shelling an acorn with his sharp little teeth. Do you know what shelling means? It means you're biting into that acorn shell and getting inside so he can eat it. He's very hungry. So the chipmunk was doing that. Yep. Acorns. Chipmunk, I said, "Will you play with me?" But when I ran near to him, what happened? He ran up the tree. There he goes. A blue jay came and sat down on a bough and jabbered and scolded the way blue jays do. "Blue jay," I said, "will you play with me?" But when I held up my hand, what did he do? He flew away. He was up there and he flew away. A rabbit was sitting behind the oak tree. Here he is. Here's that rabbit sitting behind the oak tree. He was wiggling his nose, and nibbling a flower. In this story, he's not eating a carrot, he's nibbling on a flower. "Rabbit," I said, "will you play with me?" And I tried to catch him, but he ran into the woods.
No, he can run in the woods. He can jump so high.
Not all rabbits jump. A snake came sneaking through the grass. Now this snake came sneaking through the grass. Now this one's on the branch, but he's sneaking up.
You did it.
Zigzagging and sliding the way snakes do. "Snake," I said, "will you play with me?" But even the snake ran away down his hole. He went down his hole.
He can't jump. He just has to walk.
None of them would play with me. So I picked the milkweed. Here's a milkweed. Milkweeds are flowers. And what she did was blow at it and blew all the seeds. See all the seeds flying down? And there goes the seeds in the air. Then I went to the pond and sat down on a rock and I watched a bug making trails on the water. Here's a bug right here. It's really tiny. It's making a trail as it's swimming on the water. You'll see right there. It's little lines right there. I love how these drawings show lines and it shows so much. And as I sat there without making a sound, Grasshopper came back and sat down beside me. So here comes Grasshopper. And the frog came back and sat down on the grass. And the slowpoke turtle sat down. Oh, where did turtle go? Turtle's right there. And he sat on his log, and Chipmunk came and watched me and chattered. Chattered. What does chatter mean?
I don't know what it is.
He's talking, right? And Blue Jay came back to the bough on a tree, and he sat on the bough overhead, and Rabbit came back. Let's see. The rabbit came back, and then he hopped around me. Now the rabbit's hopping around the little girl, and the snake came back out of his hole. And I still sat there, really still, without making a sound. But so that what? They wouldn't
That's
be
why the time
scared
is over.
and run away. So she was really still. Can you be still like a rock?
No.
She is. Out of the bushes came,
Extraneous.
where he had been hiding, came a baby fawn looking at me.
What's a fawn?
Baby fawn. This fawn is a baby deer.
Oh, it's so
He came along and he was looking at her.
It's so cute.
I'm glad you think it's cute. Out of the came and he started looking at her. And then what happened? What do you think is going to happen?
You can play.
You think it's going to play?
That's
Let's
the
see what
flaw right
happens
there.
next. So I held my breath and he came nearer. So he came so near, I could have touched him. But did she? I didn't move. I didn't even speak. And the fawn came up and licked her face. Wow, he licked her face. My goodness.
That's disgusting.
Oh no, I'm happy. I was happy as could be. For all of them came to play with me. All the animals came back to play. See it?
I'm on. You're on. 2 years back on. Yes.
All right, so friends, we're gonna go off into our breakout rooms. Gonna give you realistically, what is it, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
To work with each other, and decide how you're gonna debrief with Miss Lily while she's dropping her kids off at gym to come back.
Yes, keeping in mind all of the things that we talked about before our break, keeping in mind that this is a, what read was this, Abby?
Second read.
Second read of this book right here. So I'm going to split you guys all up. We'll come back in a few minutes. But what would you debrief with Lily here about this?
So Miss Lily's coming back. She's just dropped off the kids. Boom.
Here we are sitting
Real life
down.
coaching.
Yeah. What would you start off your conversation with her? How would you begin in terms of looking at this read aloud that we just saw? And you can put your name in the chat if you would like to say something, or you can put a hand up, or you can just jump right in there.
Well, some of the things we discussed with understanding, what's to be done in each read, but every time, I observe a
See,
read,
think, wonder about Miss Lily.
Not being heard.
What would be some of the
We heard
notices,
you,
some of
Carl.
the things that you saw in that video that you would want to point out to Lily?
Well, I guess that's what I was saying. I didn't know if you guys heard that. But
Oh, what is going on? Somebody's volume. Is your volume up? Why can't we hear anybody?
Can you all hear us now?
Yeah, there we go.
You've got to turn yours on. All right, apologies.
Okay, Carl, you got the floor.
All right, thank you. Well, what we were discussing, other than, like I said, understanding what's expected during the each reading time, we just discussed that when we have like our meeting, we just find other ways in other areas of learning. Like I immediately was thinking, which to keep it in the positive, to ask, what are some ways we could have made the activity more engaging. You know, like she could have gave the kids the animals, and then she spoke them, she could have allowed them to put them on the board, you know, just to get the most out of the most learning out of the opportunity. So always asking those questions with the idea of allowing them to think and respond rather than just saying, well, you didn't do this, or you could have done that, or, you know.
Okay. So yes.
Amongst others, but that was one.
So yes, that technique of presenting a question and sort of helping them to get to the point, yes. And the engagement piece, certainly, the idea around perhaps making it more interactive, children moving some of the animals onto the board would be something to think about, potentially. Some other things that might have stood out for anybody in terms of what was going on with Lily.
Okay, this is Amy. I'm going to piggyback off of Carl. You know, we always want to start with the positive.
Okay, great.
And in our group, I know our members, we talked about her using a lot of advanced language where she actually gave definitions.
Yes.
Of some of the words that she were using within the story. She also provided some previous knowledge. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I know when it first started, a child said something, and she kind of tried to remind them of something that they had done or whatever to get them to understand whatever that situation was at that particular time. She did have a lot of visuals. That was another thing we talked about in our group. And same thing Carr stated. We were just hoping that it was a little more interactive, whereas the students could have been involved in that activity with maybe having each child have some type of animal or whatever and be the actual person that's taking it to their board. Every time she would say that particular animal or whatever she was using. So basically, you know, we would just tell her it was a great job she did. I mean, it seemed like she read through it very, in a way that it was understandable. She didn't go too fast. The children seemed as if they were engaged. So we had a lot of positive. And like I said, what are some things that you thought that could happen or could have happened that may have, you know, allowed the students to gain a better understanding of the read?
Yeah, so those are a lot of really great points. Amy, you know, one of the things that I appreciated was you're highlighting the vocabulary piece and the advanced language that Lily was using. And you talked about the visuals that she had. I mean, she was defining some of that vocabulary in sort of multiple modalities with the visuals, and then with some of the verbal definitions, and then with kind of acting things out, like making some of the sounds that the animals made as well. So it's like at least 3 different ways that she was helping children access the vocabulary right there, which is absolutely great. And you're echoing some of what Carl was talking about in terms of maybe making it more interactive, having the children put the animals themselves. But I'm gonna hold that thought next to another thing that I heard you say around the pacing, Lily's pacing, because you pointed out that you felt that her pacing was good, right? She kept things moving, her pacing was good. And what I would throw out there potentially to think about is what might happen to that pacing had each of those children had an animal, him or herself, to come up to the felt board and attach to the felt board. Do you think that nice pacing that you just highlighted would have been as nice as it was in the video? Or do you think, what do you think would have happened to the pacing if she had brought in that piece?
Well, I feel like it just depends. Since this was the second read, well, you know, the first read, you know, they usually go through and students just listen or whatever. It may not have gone, you know, as smoothly with the second read, but that could also prepare them for a third read, which could have gone, you know, a little more smoother because they would have gotten an idea of what their role were.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Dave, this is Tanya.
Yes.
Our group, we also talked about some of the things that Amy and Carl mentioned, but we also kind of looked at it from the perspective of coaching with our teachers and helping them to have a better understanding of preparation and time, and then coaches modeling it for them to give them a strong foundation to see what it looks like, as well as allowing the teachers to video the coaches, because we know shifting that mindset is gonna be probably some of the challenges that we all, may face as coaches. So that was something that that we talked about, along with some of the things that Carl and Amy mentioned.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like the whole interaction of coaching with the teachers as well, so that it does feel like, again, like you're really collaborating on taking apart this component. So one of the things we want to kind of call back to some general noticings of, or again, remember how we said this is one of the components in the curriculum that we often find challenging for teachers to kind of digest and do. Remember how we said in the beginning how each read is going to have a specific strategy that they're going to employ with this read. In the second read, the goal or the strategy is for the kids to reconstruct the story, right? So just in our seeing, thinking, and wondering, how much of this was the kids reconstructing the story? So if we're kind of holding up, this is the strategy or the goal of this read, did we see lots of the kids, a lot of reconstruction by the kids? Okay, I'm seeing some like no's. Who was primarily reconstructing the story? Lily was. She was the one sort of saying, oh, here it comes, or here's this thing, or do you know what's going to happen next? Kind of things where it was mostly the kids being kind of passive or agreeing with her. Yep. Yes. Right. I see some nodding there.
So, and I don't want to call Mary out, but I am going to, because she noticed.
Call her out. We're all friends.
Calling her out. Well, she was right on the spot of bringing our focus back to the purpose of the second read. Mary, will you?
Oh, Mary.
What did I say?
Well, you said that.
I do. I remember.
Yes, thank you.
I would. I didn't feel like she had intentionally planned the vocabulary that she was going to highlight with that second read. That and what I would do would say, hey, let me do the second read on this book, and I'll do that tomorrow. But have sticky notes on your book of what you want to intentionally highlight, the vocabulary words, and know ahead of time what you're going to plan to bring out with that second read.
Like, I mean, for sure, she defined almost a word on every page, right? And again, if the goal is for kids to reconstruct, all of this is great vocabulary, but how much of the vocabulary that they defined or she defined in all the ways, the modalities that she did contribute to the kids reconstructing the story, right? So it's like when she said, oh, that's a fawn, that's a baby animal, is defining it as the baby animal right then and there. Does that help them reconstruct the story? Question mark. Right. Yeah, like literally there was a definition for every page, on almost every page. Anything else that we sort of saw? So again, one of the things that we do definitely notice in terms of time, I mean, this was a pretty long time for our little friends to be sitting on the rug in front of her too, right? So again, if kids are reconstructing the story, this feels like this is and did we notice that she read the story all the way through? Right. And again, what did we say from the very beginning? The first read is the only time you read it through. And inevitably, when we go into classrooms, this is what a first, second, a third, or fourth read looks like in that first unit almost exclusively. And it's like breaking that sort of habit, or building the habit that there's a specific strategy for each one, is a huge, I put down as a big goal to sort of be able to see a teacher do in a classroom.
Yeah, so we kind of tricked you guys a little bit in some ways here, right? Because really what this video was much closer to an actual first read than what we would hope to see in a second read. Sort of the long story short, as Abby's pointed out, most of what was happening here is that fluent reading from cover to cover of the entire story, with only a few stops to highlight some of the key vocabulary. So again, this video is really much more indicative of what we'd hope to be seeing towards a first read. Second read would be shorter, would be the children doing the majority of the work, reconstructing things, et cetera, as they go on. And
so one of the tools that we're going to share with you all, like we said before you all went off into your breakout rooms to take notes, we're sure you probably have some kind of note catcher. So one of the things that we use to sort of assess like where teachers are in implementing the curriculum is something called our fidelity checklist, which we're going to share with you right now. First of all, it's a huge tool which has every component to sort of assess. Dave's going to put in the chat box.
Well, it's right here on this slide, actually, and you guys all have the slideshow. So if you click on the slide that you can see on your screen right this moment, over to the right where my cursor is, that will open up the read aloud section of the fidelity checklist.
Mm-hmm. So there is a section for every component in the curriculum. This is for the read aloud. Let's go ahead and click into that. Just give folks a couple of minutes to sort of look it over. It's a few pages actually for the read aloud. And then let's answer some of your questions or hear what some of your noticings about that.
So Abby and David, we did do a brief little walkthrough of this fidelity document, and we have shared that with our team. So no, but we're just a little familiar with it. And I do need to email you the copy that we shared with them, because this is very helpful that you're going to go touch on this.
Yeah, so again, in terms of like a coaching tool, especially as as you all are getting kind of your in the curriculum around it, this is a good way to think about. So when I say that we use this as as sort of an assessment of where teachers are in the curriculum, I actually feel like, but in reality, we also use it as a coaching tool or a teacher tool. So a lot of folks mention planning and preparation for these reads, right? So you could give this to a teacher to sort of help them plan. Here are the elements of a quality second read. I should see what those are in here. A teacher could see in here, and when you said picking out the different words, this tool can help them, again, ground them both in here. I should make sure that I'm addressing these different areas, because the tool has, as you know, adherence questions. Are they doing this? Yes, no, 10 minutes, 2 minutes, etc. And then quality elements, a scale of 1 to 5. So if you were saying here, okay, if she were only defining 3 words, and level 4, something that would give her a 4 would be defining 6 or more words. So again, achievable, that's really concrete. So when I really appreciate it. We started with like, what could you do differently? This gives teachers sort of a clear path for themselves to assess their own practice. So Marissa, tell us a little bit more about how you some noticing that you all might have had when you were looking at the tool, or we take a look at it, or how people saw it.
Abby, I was in the middle of emailing. Did you say what did you say? Will you repeat what you said, please?
Yeah, so when you guys took a look at this, what are some ways you thought about using this? Did you think about using this with, can you see using this as a planning and prep tool for teachers as well?
Yes, so we, the way that we approached our staff was that it's going to be used over a period of time, right? This fidelity document, and that we would focus in. So if a teacher went in on, or if a coach went in on the first read, then she would only focus on the first read, or he would focus on the first read and not look into the second read and third read and fourth read. So that's kind of where we were. We went over the questions briefly. We talked about how there was a place, you know, how you mentioned about writing the vocabulary words to make sure we stayed within fidelity of not only fidelity, but we did twist it a little bit to add equity to it. So I'm in the process of attaching it and emailing it to you right now.
Wonderful. Yep. So, you know, as you can see here, this is something that you can use with teachers, again, to when you do an observation and you debrief, because you're giving them really concrete, specific feedback for them to work on. But it's also a great tool that we use with teachers as they plan reads, so that they know that they're sort of sticking to the quality element as well.
Yes, I mean, it's a question of these are the things that should be happening. So what are you going to do, or what moves are you going to make sure that all of these things are going to be in place? And so, you know, ahead of time, like Abby is saying, you know, if we look at question 12 about, you know, uses a variety of vocabulary words or definitions of vocabulary words, which words are you going to be picking out or selecting to define? You know.
So this whole part that we've talked about so far is really addressing sort of the integration piece, or the integration practice, instructional practice, which again, we are sort of seeing as lined up with our one of our guiding principles is that kids are capable of higher ordering, complex thinking, integrated thinking. And that's one of the reasons why integration is definitely a big piece of how the gears turn in the curriculum. Okay, so this is where we were going to take a break, but here we are. We're going to take a look at another component. And just like you did when you were watching Lily, we're going to take a look at Laura here. And again, see, think, wonder. And then we're going to kind of come back, and then we're going to play this game of like, what do you think the name of this component is? Okay, so.
I'm expecting you all to be silent. All right, I just have one or two new centers to tell you about, okay? At the art studio, we're working on our t-shirt. And here's Alex's plan for a t-shirt. And what I love about Alex's plan for a t-shirt is he thought of one thing he wanted to draw. And he drew one thing, which was SpongeBob. Just like Max had a dragon shirt and he just had one dragon. So today, if you have not made your t-shirt plan yet, you can draw one thing. And he used many different colors and he drew it very carefully. And he made a house. Easel, Abby painted this yesterday. She said, it's a rainstorm. And then she was telling me about it, that there were Bengal tigers and most of them live in India. And that the tigers are trapped in wires. And that the quicksand is up here and the jaguars got caught in the quicksand. And there are monkeys caught in the trees. And she painted this painting using some of the paints that we mixed. Look at all the different. I was also there. Look at all the different shades. So Malia, you can make a silent connection. Look at all the different shades of colors she used to make this painting. So today at the small art studio table, you can be mixing some more colors. And I thought that this might help inspire you in the art studio. If you want to make a certain color, you could find it on here. And then you could try to mix the colors can mix the colors that you need to make that color. At the observation area, I have something new. We have been mixing colors at the easel, and we've been mixing colors in the sensory table, and we've been using the color paths. Well, over at the observation area is an ice cube tray. Please wash your hands this way. And in the ice cube trays are some colored water. Blue, red, orange. This actually is the yellow, and there's even water. Regular colored water, clear water. And there'll be some eyedroppers there. What do you think we can do with these eyedroppers and the colored water, John? You can mix them. You can mix them. You can pick up some red and drop it in here, and then pick up some yellow and drop it in here. And then what do you think might happen? It makes colors. It makes a Superman. Let's fix your body. And at the book corner, we were talking about the author of Max's Dragon Shirt. Who is the author of Max's Dragon Shirt? Do you remember? She also wrote Noisy Nora. That's right, and her name is Rosemary Wells. And she also wrote Noisy Nora. Well, I found this book called Shy Charles. And who do you think wrote this book also? Rosemary Wells. The same author and illustrator, Rosemary Wells. And sure enough, what are the characters in this story? Mice. Just like Max and Ruby, and just like Noisy Nora. She must really like to write and draw about mice. So you can look at these books in the book. Okay, and Miss Brooke.
There it is.
Miss Laura. What about this one? You have to sing about this.
Yeah, so going back to that protocol again, what are you noticing? What are you seeing here? You're hearing here happening with Laura.
And then what do you think this is? Which what would you call this component? Those of you who know, don't spoil it.
Well, that's intro to centers.
She talks a lot component.
Yes.
It is. This is called intro to centers. So what did we see? What did we see her do here? That was good. That was right. Intro to centers. Yeah. So what are some things that we saw Laura doing here?
That was correct. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct. Yes. Gold.
Oh. Okay. Well, she pretty much she introduces center and gave expectations of what she wanted them to do.
Yes.
Would you have called this intro to centers, or what are some other names that people might call this component?
I'm sorry, I can't hardly hear. What did you say? I'm sorry.
What if you were going to give this, and if you didn't know this were intro to centers, what might you call this component? Did you have another name you think might have been?
Well, whole group, is that what you're saying?
So it's a whole group time. What do you think teachers might call this component, or something like this? Is there something like this that happens in your classrooms now?
It's supposed to.
Pre-transition.
But it looked like she was reviewing an activity that had, in the beginning, looks like she was reviewing an activity that had already taken place. I would have liked for her to have had the children explain what they had done, but she did it, but looked like she was reviewing something.
Well, they couldn't say anything, did it? Because she kept telling them to be quiet.
Okay.
Little recall.
Okay. Y'all are so class driven.
Don't say it. Those are probably some really interesting descriptions of what she's doing here. Productivity, the class friends. You're right. So this component is called intro to centers, and everything folks were saying, intro to centers is this really short whole group time, usually at the start of the day, where everything folks said, she starts setting the expectations for the teaching and learning that's about to happen in the next component, right? So she's doing a number of different things. She's giving them the context for what it is that they're doing. You were mixing paint before. You can continue with this activity that's happening at a center. She's introducing something that might be new or novel to what it is that, you know, I think the discovery where they're mixing the paint might be something new that they're doing. So did folks notice how, for example, when she was showing them, you're going to be you can make t-shirts at the easel. She didn't do the t-shirt. She showed what? She showed another child work, right? So do you all notice that sometimes when teachers say, here's the t-shirt you guys are going to make, and they make it, what usually happens is kids go over and do exactly exactly the thing that, you know, the penguin. I always think of the penguins. You put the eyes on, and then you put the triangle nose, and then the two wings, and you know, you see the kids do exactly that. And so when we think about, can we tell that the kid understands something, the child understands something about penguins, if that was the goal of that activity, or how, you know, penguins covered with fur, or, you know, beaks, or whatever the point was of that, right? Well, we know that they understood what she did, right? And then the other sort of thing that happens is, so once the kids go over there and do that, it takes them about, what, 3 minutes? What else is going to be happening with that activity, right? So yeah, so this intro, and I like it, and I really appreciate that people kind of brought up, she in terms of pace, contrast to the other component that we just saw, this Miss Laura is all business. Here's what we're doing here. She does stop every now and then and sort of says, yep, you can absolutely do that, right? But if she did stop multiple times to sort of answer all the different things that the kids were saying, that would be like a 20-minute intro to centers.
And and that's a very good point. And I also want to call back to the comment that somebody made, and I apologize, I didn't catch the name, but somebody made a comment about, you know, how you would have wished, or you thought it would have been interesting for one of the children to come up and describe the work that he or she had done instead of Laura talking it through. And that's a very interesting point that you raised, given what Abby's just talked about in terms of the pacing of this piece, that we want it to be, you know, 10 minutes or less. This might not be the best opportunity for that. However, we are going to be talking about a component just a little bit later on where children do exactly what you are talking about. So this might not be the best opportunity for that, but there is a designated place in the curriculum for that to happen that we will get to shortly.
And Marissa, did you all look at this as well in the fidelity tool for intro to centers? At this part?
Mm-hmm. Yes, briefly. And I know that one of the things that we added as a visual for us was a reminder of the time frame for each component, because
love it. Yes, and actually we're going to talk about that really quick now. Because again, this is a whole group time that in the curriculum. And you'll notice probably when you were doing the fidelity and adding the little times to it, that whole group times are remarkably short, 5 to maybe 6 or 7 minutes, and the other times are longer. Let's go. So one thing that usually comes up when we're training this is a lot of times we do show it, and then we ask teachers, what do you think this is called? A lot of times they will say it's circle time or morning meeting, but that doesn't look like what I understand or typically understand about circle time or morning meeting. And usually when people think of morning meeting or circle time, this is what they typically will describe, right? Does this ring true for you all as well in your classrooms, or there's a corner or place that looks exactly like this, right? So if one of the things that you, in addition to the time in the fidelity, in a lot of the quality pieces, it talks about engagement and vocabulary. So again, if intro to centers is setting the tone and the expectations for what happens afterwards, again, when kids look at this, is there anything here that's gonna help them operate or be independent or do the things that they need to do in centers from circle time, that, or the typical circle time that might include singing the days of the week or the months of the year, or let's set the weather chart, or do the very big thing we always see in classrooms is calendar work. Preschoolers doing calendar work, or even kindergartners doing calendar work. And just as a little aside for me, so calendar work, I've been railing against for probably 25 years in classrooms as one of as something that derails quality of instruction in classrooms. And again, to be completely transparent, that's usually circle time, and specifically calendar is usually where people in PD like come across the table at. Can you imagine why? It's sort of met with a lot of resistance or question mark.
It is here too. So
Yeah, it's ingrained
yes.
in them.
Yes.
You said this like no.
People love their calendars. Their calendars.
They do.
Yeah.
So,
I know that.
And they love it. And they love it. Why? Like, what do teachers
yeah,
think that
why do they
kids are
want to-
getting out of calendar time? Why do they feel that it's so important?
They feel like they need to
learn
know
it.
those terms yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
Well,
That's
yes,
what
of
the
the week.
teachers tell me.
it's great. Like if I see yesterday,
Mhm.
today, tomorrow in a calendar kind of situation, I think that's great. But do we?
A lot of teachers don't stop there though, do they? They talk about the month.
No.
Year. They talk about now we're going to count from 1 to whatever the date happens to be, 1 to
what
10,
the
20
pattern
to.
in the calendar is, and like what's
Mhm.
the number that's after this, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, so check. This is what we typically see in a lot of our preschool classrooms. And some of the things that I railed against, number one, time and pacing. This usually takes about 20 minutes, to get through this whole board. And you haven't even talked about what's going to happen in centers or what they're going to be doing. This is like just a set 15, 20 minutes. 500, 3 or 4 songs, days of the week, calendar, and the calendar specifically. So when teachers say, oh, kids are learning patterns, right? So if you look at the way this calendar is sort of laid out, this isn't actually the way young children understand it, because it goes, if you say an ABC pattern is red, orange, yellow, red, orange, yellow, in a typical calendar, a grid calendar, that pattern often breaks when it goes across the grid, right? So it goes red, orange, then the next line goes yellow, red, orange, yellow, and so on and so on. Usually the numbers in a calendar are way too high for preschoolers, right? So, and typically a lot of times when teachers say, okay, the next number is a 15, what is a 15? And they say it's a 1 and a 5. And they'll show them on their hands, 1 and a 5. So a 1 and a 5 is 6. It's not accurate, right? And then kids think, oh, a 1 and a 5 is 15, but it's actually a 6. So we're not really learning number in that way. And on and on and on and on. That I could say, like, a lot of this time is really sort of spent actually managing kids more than instructing, right? So again, when we talk about the first 3 weeks in our second session, this is a calendar that we typically will offer to teachers as an alternative, or as like a weaning off the grid calendar, as actually being more developmentally appropriate for preschoolers. One thing that you immediately notice, it's only 1 week at a time. There are no numbers on it. because again, that's really not what kids can learn from a calendar. Very, very subtle or deep cut here. So we work in a base 10 number for math, and a calendar is a base 7, right? So all of the numbers are in a 7 pattern more than they are in a base 10. So using this for teaching numbers is probably hardy enough for them. Only yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Again, preschoolers, that's all they kind of need to understand in terms of time concepts. The week starts on a Monday, right? Because for little kids, that's when the week starts, rather than on Sunday, which typically a calendar might do. And again, I can go into a very long tirade about why this is a more developmentally appropriate calendar.
Hey, Abby, but if you go in, but if you think about the 21st century skills, how many of us actually, when we don't know the date or the day, just grab our phones?
That's right. We don't even use these.
They're
Very antiquated.
Right.
Yes.
So it is
right.
It
like
is.
showing a child a rotary dial telephone
Yeah.
to teach them about.
Or a turntable to play their LPs on instead
yeah.
of you know.
Absolutely.
Right.
Like one of the
Even with
things
the
that I
clock.
found out in classrooms is like when they were playing in the house, and you ever make that sort of sign of like, it's almost like a banana phone where you're like, hey, somebody's calling you, and they're like, what are you doing? They actually hold something that looks more like a cell phone, like a block. And I'm like, oh, y'all don't have banana phone. Okay. let me get modern with that. But right. So, calendar, this takes up a lot of time. So this actually goes with, again, an instructional practice that I said at the beginning of the PD around, seems like it's more of a practical consideration, but this is the less whole group, more small group. And also the guiding principle of children as active agents. So when we see these circle times or these meetings as going of like, on a good day, 20 minutes long, right? This is exactly what our little friends look like, right? And this also goes with the, or a way that we like to think about it is called the 2-minute rule. So it's however old the kids are plus 2 is the maximum amount of minutes they need to be sitting in a whole group, okay? Because what you end up finding, every minute beyond, so if they're 4 years old and you add 2 at 6 minutes, as a coach, I can be in a room and know when we're at minute 6:45. Because what you hear is the management language goes up and the instruction language goes down. I know that we're at 7 minutes because it's crisscross applesauce, don't touch your friends, or we got 3 more things to do, then you can go play. Or let's take a wiggle break or something like this, right? And so again, if what we want kids to be doing afterwards is being purposeful and independent, et cetera, in centers, then the last thing they heard before they left, instead of here are the like we saw Laura do, you can experiment, you can read a book that's like the book you read before, you can continue your work. The last thing they would have heard is crisscross applesauce, don't touch your friends, right? And so then they come back to you and say, what am I supposed to be doing? So again, class friends, I'm glad that there are class folks here because I'm sure if you were if you were using the tool of class, you'd see productivity and quality of feedback go way down, right? Because simply by being in this whole group time doing these sort of other, everything that we saw on that other slide. I guarantee when we train teachers, we guarantee if you can get your whole group time under double digits, the quality of your day will be that much better tomorrow. 100%. And not one teacher has ever come back and been like, that was a disaster.
It always works.
It always works. Like literally, you don't have to know anything about the curriculum or anything, but if tomorrow, in fact, you can go say this to your teachers tomorrow, you get your whole group time down double digits, 6-7 minutes. I guarantee you your management's gonna be much less.
And just one other thing.
Also, your blood pressure will go down.
Yes, it's going to be better for everybody's health. Keep you from having a stress-related heart attack. But going back to, again, slides 4 and 5 in the beginning, a lot of us put down the importance of developmentally appropriate practice piece of things. Just quickly going back to all those math concepts that we, in theory, teachers think are so great and that kids can learn from going over the calendar. We want children to be learning those math concepts in a much more hands-on kind of a way during the play that they're actually engaging in as part of center time, which is going to be coming up right after this, right? So all of that math around the counting, around the recognizing numbers, etc., can be got at if the teacher is skillfully facilitating the play that children are engaging in during centers again, which is where sort of the crux of the matter is, the important piece of things.
So looking in the chat, I see this great contribution here. Carl, you made this comment about a lot of teachers use circle time as their learning
Right,
time
that's the point.
rather than learning in centers. Can you say a little bit more about that? Because I find that really interesting.
Yes, I've which from coaching, I go in and I see these extended circle times because they're teaching the concepts that the materials in the learning centers address.
Yes.
They're doing it orally in circle time, you know, because
Exactly.
you know, some of them hear the word teacher and it's like a badge, you know, it kind of like goes to the head. And so rather than truly understanding, truly learning through play, they, you know, like they're second, third, fourth grade teachers, and they're just orally just giving all this information. I'm like looking around, it's like, what in the world are we doing? You know, and then again, the learning centers, and it's treated like it's just free time rather than the actual learning, the learning time.
Oh, wow. So that's really interesting. So
Well,
when you, let me ask you this. So what is your typical number of kids in a classroom, in a preschool classroom that would be using this curriculum?
What, 16 to 18? I mean, some are right at ratio, you know, 1 to 16, if it's 2 people, maybe a little more.
Okay. Right. So in BPS, it's 20, we can have up to 22 kids and 2 adults in a classroom. So again, I'm sure everybody in this room knows the feeling of trying to make 16, 18, 22 kids do the same thing at the same time, sitting and listening to, again, like you said, the teacher orally giving all this information. What do we typically see? A good 30% rolling on the ground.
Yeah.
You know, even the ones that are quote unquote looking like they're listening or looking out the window, right? So
what Carl's really calling back to is one of our guiding principles from the very beginning of this about the engagement piece and how the knowledge is constructed through engagement and interaction. Right. And that's exactly what's going on here, as opposed to that direct instruction of just having somebody talking at you for 30 minutes. Yeah.
But again, and also going back to thinking about how do we support teachers in making this shift and this lift. I 100% appreciate that when you're in the front of a class and you're saying all this stuff, and best case scenario in your mind, nobody is rolling on the ground, everybody's looking at you. I've had new teachers feel like that is teaching. Like, woohoo, I'm teaching. I am a teacher right now doing that. And then I usually, I mean, I don't know about you, Dave, but usually say, so what do you think? How do we now know that they all know what you just taught them? You know what I mean? Or just how do we know that they've gotten that? And a lot of times when they realize that, like, okay, if I just told you all about the different parts of a penguin, and you all sat quietly looking intently at me, and if I took 4 of those kids aside and asked what they know now about a penguin, they might say, I think my teacher has really nice shoes or something, right? So sometimes what quote unquote feels like teaching, I might help teacher take apart where you really, you know, what were we teaching?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like going over the alphabets, all 26, and then say, what is this one? I'm like, they're only going to remember the last few that you said. They're not going to remember going over all 26 letters. But.
Right. Or they may know the letters only in that order. Right. So then if you're like, okay, but what is this letter? And you show them a D outside of the alphabet string, they'd be like, I have no idea. You know, little thing from my son, when again, he's 21 now, but for the longest time, he really thought that the letter was called M&Ms and P's because he only knew the alphabet in that song, right? And I'm like, well, he did go to 1st grade. and continue on. But for a good long period of time, and the whole time I was like, do you understand the alphabet? Actually, it's M and M's and P's. So, you know. Okay. So this feels like a good place to sort of marinate again before we go off to lunch and kind of think about. And we're excited to get into the next big piece because we are going to be really taking apart the big piece about what big folks are saying about facilitation of learning. I think we have 45-ish minutes for lunch.
Yeah, let's try to come back at close to 1 o'clock as we can on your end of things, everybody.
Okay.
Yes.
And if before you all take off, or maybe as you're doing lunch, if you want to throw some things in the chat box for us to take note of, we will, or give us some feedback right in midstream. We'd love to hear it.
Welcome back. Abby and I have just been discussing science, and it's good to see you all.
Yay, we had a nice lunch.
So hang on a second. Go on.
Yeah. I got to go outside for like a 10-foot walk. And it's like
A 10-foot walk.
60 degrees outside.
Oh,
From
yes.
here to
Yes.
yeah.
Mhm.
60 degrees. People, it's gonna be how many inches on Friday?
12 inches of snow.
Can you?
We'll send some down to you guys so that you'll be ready for unit 3, wind and water and
How
snow.
much is a ticket to Mississippi?
Yeah.
We call it our expense account.
Yeah.
Our mileage. No. 12 inches.
Y'all are having the Mississippi weather and we're in the 40s down here.
Oh, 40s. I would.
It's all a bit of a flip flop, isn't it?
I know, but do you really want our 12 inches this time on Friday?
Yesterday, it was hot and sweaty. It was in the 80s.
It was in the, yeah, I was gonna say it was in the 80s yesterday and today it's in the 40s.
That sounds very, very nice.
Even imagine. I can't imagine.
I went to bed with my air conditioner on and woke up and had to turn on the heat.
Okay, changing subjects before I just become incredibly jealous. And yes, you're just gonna make me feel jealous. Jealous. But you know, none of you guys down there are getting to, make snowmen or go skiing or, try to avoid sliding off the road as you're driving to work. So
Scraping off your windshield with your credit card.
yeah.
I thought I had a nice scraper here somewhere.
All the good stuff that comes with the New England winter. So hopefully everybody is still awake. Yeah, hopefully everyone's still alive and awake and ready to power through the remaining hour of our time together, because we've got some good stuff hopefully for you here. Well, hopefully you'll agree.
Stuff. I don't know. We think it's more.
It's good.
Definitely more, and we think it's good too.
So what we left off with before we went on break is this bit right here, and I'm trying to share my screen with you as best I can, and talk at the same time. It's like chewing gum and at the same time. See how capable I am. But we were talking about
So we have a good intro to centers,
Right.
right? We got Laura all set. And as everybody was saying, as it implies, the intro to centers, the thing that follows would be centers.
Ta-da! Yes.
Yes, and so go back.
I'm trying desperately to go back. I'm sorry. All right, there it is.
So we had a really good intro to centers, as we saw Laura do for us. And again, her intro to centers was less than 4 minutes.
It was about 4 minutes or less. Yeah. So it was very quick.
Very efficient, very large.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we have a good intro like that, we're going to just take a super quick snapshot walk through a classroom, obviously, because we're not here in classrooms. Here are some things that we would see during center time.
And here, see and here, yeah.
Over.
You writing about Minerva Louise? You want to do rabbits and raindrops?
Melted. So if you try to take yours home, what's going to happen to you?
Tell me what you're going to do.
It's going to melt the bond. There's a word. Temperature. Because if you take it out,
What do you make?
your snowball in the pocket, it melted because the pocket
What's the
is
stories?
And over here, we're going to see this little friend.
What do you we're putting water in it to make a reflection. Really? Look at what's making it.
It's very quick.
And over here in this area, this is what we're gonna see and hear.
See a pizza. I don't see a pizza here, so we don't need a pizza. We can use some pepper. Oh wow, you see some hot pepper. Pizza.
More bread.
Yeah. Okay, it's a hot dog bun. Okay. I'm looking for some tomatoes and some pickles. That's an apple. It's not tomato.
No,
That's a pepper.
that's a pepper.
So you have to see the picture and see what ingredients we need. What all stuff we need to make a burger. Show me. That's a perfect tomato. Is it a tomato? Yeah, I think so. So we're gonna take the bun. Oh, I like how you're making the burger. Very good. What all ingredients you see over here? I see some. Oh, that's a patty. That's exactly what we needed.
Over here in the block area, this little friend is going to be building this structure.
She's making a plan of attack first.
And over here at the easel, little friend is going to be making illustrations based on the illustrations that are in Gilberto in the Wind, one of the other texts of the unit. What else? Over here, our friend is going to be doing some shopkeeping, selling some plants.
That her friend over on the right is growing in the science center of the classroom, doing some measuring to see, you know,
how the inventory is moving,
right,
and how it's growing, going back to Zinnia. And then over here in the puzzles, little friends, these are the puzzles that they're putting together. So as we said, this is the component called centers, which lasts for, we recommend or guide teachers to make the biggest chunk of their instructional day, these centers, 60 minutes, as you are all probably familiar from looking at our fidelity checklist. As you know, just like in the other components, there's adherence pieces, and then there's also quality. And I think we did share with Marissa how we have aligned our fidelity checklist with class. So we know that we heard that in the last bit of when we were looking at, when we were observing one of the teachers. So those of you who are more probably familiar and versed with class than we are, what are some of the dimensions or qualities of class did you see in the center snapshot that we saw that are addressed? Go ahead.
Lots of teacher involvement.
A variety of materials.
Yes.
So the teacher involvement piece of things, unpack that a little bit more specifically, like what kind of involvement? How is the teacher involved? What is he or she doing more specifically?
If I had to base it off a picture, I would talk about possibly the effective facilitation and guiding the students, or we want to talk about regard for student perspective, where the children seem to be able to kind of have the lead, or is it teacher sensitivity and the teacher's aware that there's a problem, an academic need, so therefore the teacher approaches the student to assist and scaffold in some way, which would go back to quality of feedback. I could go on.
Oh, I love it. I love I really appreciate the language that comes from class. So yes, and yes.
I noticed too that a lot of, I think basically everything we saw, nothing was store-bought. I mean, in terms of a packaged game or a packaged activity, it looked like things were made or created.
And why is that important? Or or how is that helpful in a classroom? Talk about that.
because those items are generally open-ended. There's more than one set goal that can be accomplished with such items.
And I think a lot of the items, I also appreciate that, because in addition to calendars that I rail against, I always also rail against what I call like the tyranny of Lakeshore, where it's like, here's the farm box and it's like, it costs what, $50, and there's like 2 cows and, you know, a piece of green felt that's supposed to be, you know, the barnyard, etc. Right? So it's like when you think about how much it costs for materials in the classroom and how much of it you can find around your classroom or get from families, etc., and how much more open-ended it is. I really appreciate that as well. Anything else?
No, that's
Okay. Yeah, so definitely keep in mind some of the things that we are going to be, what aligns with the dimensions that you find in class, because as we said in the beginning, is that seems like that might be the language that your teachers are familiar with. So if you can ground some of this in what they already know, it'll probably help them make some of these shifts more readily. So in our language, or in the language of our guiding principles and instructional practices, everything that folks called out, and again, the snippets of what we saw in those pictures and short videos, are essentially the facilitation of learning, right? And when folks talked about engagement, you could really feel and hear that the kids were getting these concepts, meaningful knowledge. When the little boy who talks about the reflection in the water table, he really knew that's exactly what that caused. He went on to talk about how the flashlight is the light source. Robust interaction, high engagement. The role of the teacher is one alongside children, rather than, again, when we talked about how those 30-minute whole group times where the teacher's at the head of, or standing in front of the kids, sort of doling out the information. In centers, the potential here, or the opportunity, is for teachers to be learning alongside kids, which probably feels a little more like meaningful learning for the kids.
Yeah, and it can potentially be very exciting for the teachers if they are open to some of the ideas and things that the children will be sharing and surfacing and bringing up. Well,
You ready?
we're a little out of
We're gonna have
order
a big
with the
old-
slides.
Yeah.
Lunch is over.
Yeah. So I think we went through this already. So one of the other things that, again, like we looked at circle time, kind of want to thinking about how to support teachers in maintaining maintaining some of those quality elements. So again, thinking back to the language that we find in class. Gonna throw this out here as possible detours or derailments of some of those quality elements. So we see this in our classrooms as well too, choice boards, or these, like, there's 4 kids in the block area where they have to count up how many dots. And again, transparently, when we bring this up as teachers, you might want to consider, like, let's think about how this helps or challenges quality during center time. This is another place where teachers are a little
Well, it's reflexively little hard to let go of. Yes.
so why would we say, what do we feel, why do you think these 2 practices are kind of pulled out as like a possible quality derailer? What are some people's thoughts? Or do you want to disagree with us too?
How would either of these things get in the way?
So the teachers, well, it is limiting the children, for one. And sometimes I think the teachers don't give the children enough credit of what they're capable of doing.
Okay.
So again, because you guys are familiar a little bit with the fidelity checklist, that whole first, or what, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 of the adherence questions are about kids having free choice, and to move, or that there are systems for them to move in and out of centers, right? So similar to the 2-minute rule. So structures like this tend to make what the teacher what it is that the teacher's doing during centers is managing the kids rather than sort of facilitating learning, right? So, let's actually talk about these numbers in the block in the different center areas. What do we see happening when you have? Okay, so here's the thing. I'm just like what Laura did. You're going to build this great neighborhood in the block area. These great materials for you all to do X, Y, and Z. And there are 4 kids who are going to be allowed in the block area. What happens, or what do we see happening when that 5th kid comes by and wants to do the same thing?
If facilitated correctly, which I have seen, then the other kids will remind the 5th child, hey, there's still 4 in here. Or sometimes I have even seen that when they know someone wants to come in and someone leaves, they'll say, hey, Johnny, come on over. There's only 3. We got 4. 4 can be, like, I've seen it facilitated correctly.
So that,
yes, that's great.
Which shows that children have internalized and that they understand this system. Yes.
And I certainly will appreciate that there are kids who kind of understand that for all intents and purposes rule or structure. But we definitely know, again, thinking about some of these systems in the very beginning of the year, that this is sort of one of those arbitrary imposed, I guess, rules that kids actually don't understand or they don't accept very happily, right? And we could say, yeah, they're going to learn patience and all these different kinds of and waiting, but at the same time too, I mean, let's put it this way. So a lot of times, if it's based, the expectations of that center are based on a number, it's kind of not a true expectation. So for example, we know that you could have 6 kids in the block area and you've got that productive hum, everybody's sharing, everybody's making this awesome structure, and it's not 4 kids. And we also know that you could have 2 kids in the block area, and the combination of those 2 could mean the whole place is going down in flames, right? So the number is almost, again, is one of those arbitrary, like the calendar, that for a lot of children, it presents more of a challenge than an opportunity to learn. So if a kid does come over, so say even if you did have this, when you were talking about facilitating this sort of helpfully, you could say to the kids, well, you know, let's give it a try. Let's have 5 kids here, see how it goes. And if it doesn't go well, there's your opportunity to be like, well, how do we solve this problem, right? So the expectation is that we'll treat each other respectfully and we're going to get our work done versus only 4 kids can come in here. So typically when we do this, and again, we sort of talk about this and how we would love for you all to ponder that out, because again, that's one of those fiercely held practices that a lot of teachers feel like they need to have in their classrooms. And so thinking about that, supporting teachers and kind of navigating that. And usually what we do here, which we don't have time to go all the way through, because of course we had gotten to a lot of discussions or running trails ourselves during the PD, is all of this. Teachers got a great preparation. She's done this great intro to centers. Everything is well set table. And then the 4-year-olds show up. And we all know this, where we're gonna be the goal for today, or the learning activity and set in the block center, is to build a neighborhood. And they come over and they want to build ninja castles. And we call this sort of classically the bunny trails, right? So how do we deftly bring them back from the ninja castles to what the goal of the activity is, and also not have things end up in tears.
Yes, we want to honor the ninja castles. We want to honor that, and we want to, you know, their creativity in that regard. And yet, as Abby said, still maintain the intentionality of the lesson. So yes, it's a bit of a threading the needle piece of things, but it's one of the key aspects of the facilitation during centers that we want to see teachers engaging in. Yes,
developing this muscle,
right.
Because this is probably more true than not, right? That they're going to come over. So if we gave, so usually what we do is we give teachers, we give them 4 scenarios where the kids have gone off on a bunny trail, and they have to deftly bring the kids back. So let's pretend that we are sort of teachers, where that's what the goal is. They're supposed to be building, or the activities to be building neighborhoods. Kids come over and do ninja castles. How do we bring them back? How would you suggest that the teachers can bring them back, the kids back to the goal? Could we say, what could we do?
During the day, well, you switching up the thing for the week.
So the teachers introduced in the intro to centers over in the block area today, friends, we've been reading Matthew Attili, and we've been seeing neighborhoods. This is the actual lesson. And so when you go over to the block area, you're going to find all these materials to make a neighborhood. Great, off you guys go. And the minute the first group of kids come over, they decide they're going to make ninja castles and not neighborhoods. How does the teacher get them back?
I think that's a time where you can kind of recall their understanding of when we're changing subjects, you know, seeing if they understand, like, okay, we learned about this last week, and then now maybe, you know, this week we're on to learning something else. Now you can, you know, we still have, you know, maybe some other things, maybe with art or something to keep them on it. But I like to see their understanding if they have a knowledge of that changing of subjects and concepts like that. Because again, now you got to deal with some social emotional stuff as well if you're not prepared for it. You know?
And then you maybe could ask them, like Carl, just to piggyback, so you wouldn't crush their feelings. We could possibly say, well, how can we make this ninja castle into a neighborhood? What can we add to this to make this neighborhood so that they'll still have that self-confidence, but yet we're trying to redirect them into achieving the goal that we've already set forth. So how could we make some changes? And then that would also have some back and forth exchange and some feedback loops. So that's my suggestion.
What about just asking the children to tell me about some other things that are in the same neighborhood with your ninja castle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, again, thinking about what are some of the vocabulary, the concepts of the neighborhood. Yeah. Well, who are the ninjas' neighbors? Where do they get their super cakes dry cleaned? What's in their grocery stores, right? So are they still getting to the concept of grocery stores, neighbors, sidewalks, etc.? Yup. Are they still, again, I love the way you put it, we're not crushing them. Again, one of the things we said at the top of this, that we want to see our classrooms emanating. We want to see teachers. We want to see teaching and learning being joyful, playful, right?
And oftentimes the children can say things, you're like, really, I didn't even think about it like that. So it may be an eye opener for you as a teacher.
Yes.
Yeah.
It sort of casts it so that that they're not in trouble, right? So again, that's so emotional. You know, teachers, we often sort of they get stuck with this because they don't want to feel like, well, then teachers feel bad about like, you know, well, you're supposed to be building a neighborhood, right? And that never feels good, right? To say that, but then they're also like, well, wait a minute. If we go off in ninjas, we're going to be totally off pace. And so exactly what everything folks said here, what's in that ninja neighborhood? Who are their neighbors? You know, who's in their family, etc. Same language, same opportunities for vocabulary, problem solving, still not crushing their dreams.
Right.
Or crushing their creativity.
As long as the teacher, he or her, him or herself understands what the goal and the intentionality of that original lesson is, then they can bring that over into Ninja Castles or whatever the case might be.
Absolutely.
Right.
So we do spend, and when we're training this, a good bit of time having teachers practice. We give them a lesson. We take from 4-year-olds being like, all right, well, we're going to make a food. You're supposed to be building animal habitats. We're going to make up just mounds and mounds of food. Okay. And, again, teachers having the opportunity to be like, how would I bring them back? And how would I do it so that I don't crush their creativity, their communication? Because we all know that once you tell kids, oh, you're not supposed to be doing that over here, they just go to the other side of the classroom and do it anyway, right? And now you've also set up this kind of contentious relationship and conflict between the teacher and the kids' creativity, right? So you got a lot of really problematic or challenging mixed messages in that kind of structure. Let's scan. Anybody else that, yeah, so these would be the we'd send them off to breakout rooms to work on bunny trails.
Yes, which we're not going to do, but thinking along these same lines around that facilitation piece, the bunny trail piece is one aspect of facilitation. Another aspect of that facilitation is a concrete tool, which you can see examples of right up here on the screen, that we call our center language supports. And these are single sheets of paper. And there's one of these for every single center lesson in the curriculum. And the idea is that these are to be posted around the room in each of the relevant centers. Usually teachers will use, as you can see to the right, a sheet protector. And the sheet protector will stay in each center, and teachers will drop in and pull out the relevant sheets as the activities show up, in the pacing. And if you look on the left, you get a pretty good perspective as to what these sheets involve. You've got some key vocabulary at the top, obviously. You've got some examples of different sorts of questions that might be asked, or different kinds of comments that could be made to encourage children's thinking, to get them a little bit more involved. You've got down at the bottom a box that talks about making a connection back to one of those read aloud texts. That's another key sort of facilitation move that we want teachers to be always thinking about. Making it clear to children, helping children understand how the activity that they're doing connects back to the read aloud, which in turn connects back to the big idea of the unit.
So everything we were talking about, facilitating kids back from bunny trails, asking these really great questions like in class, feedback loops, right? We definitely want that to be a muscle that teachers flex reflexively, right? On and on and on. That's like, they can build that muscle memory to continue to do that throughout. We're gonna get a really accomplished teacher by the end of the year. But and this is also to say, this is a lot to remember. And also you usually have two teachers in a classroom. So this is a prompt that, as Dave says, is a tool that's in the curriculum that teachers can use as a base, again, to help them facilitate learning.
And not only for the teachers too, this is also a helpful support or a scaffold if you have other visitors in the classroom, if you have a coach coming into the class, if you have, if an administrator is spending time in the classroom during centers, and the administrator wants to have, meaningful, intentional conversations with the child, the children, the administrator can refer to these. Or if you have a parent volunteer in the classroom, this can be a helpful support to give the parent volunteer some ideas of what he or she could use in terms of language to support kids while they're playing.
So again, going back to this idea that we want explicit and intentional instruction. This is a way that nobody has to guess what it is or what page we need to be on, literally. And again, like everything in the curriculum, these are all flexible to reflect on what the different classrooms might need. So this is what you find in the curriculum for every center. For teachers, They can also make their own. So this is from one of my classrooms that's a English as a second language classroom. And so she took the one that's in the curriculum, and then she also added photographs. She sort of simplified some of the language, some of the questions to have them at the top. So not only, I love this because this comes from a teacher making this kind of adjustment for her own classroom, is that now this center language support, this prompt that's in the center, is not only accessible for herself, for the student teacher in the room, for her paraprofessional, but for the children themselves. Again, do we want to see, do a quick check and see like the kids understand what the vocabulary words are or how they're putting together the concepts? Here's a quick and easy way that, can you read this to me, friends? What's happening here at this center? You tell me what's happening here. Okay.
So going back just briefly to the bunny trail piece of things, when we were asking you guys some thoughts as to how we could, reroute the children, while still maintaining their interests with the ninja castles, etc. Some of the examples that you gave were in the form of questions that you could ask the children, right? And, how does your ninja cat, what other things are there in your Ninja Castle's neighborhood, etc. So the question piece of things in terms of facilitation that we wanted to have happening during centers is huge for us.
Yeah, so when we were talking about how, if you want to change sort of the quality of your day, you get your whole group times down to single digits. Here's another piece that changes the characteristic of a classroom tomorrow, almost immediately. If we can improve the types of questions that teachers ask, right? So we call them stop and go questions. These are really associated with what's called cognitive demand, brain, recent research around brain science. So a go question is one, that has kids explain their learning. Why are you, tell me more about that. Why do you think that is? Making new connections. How is your ninja castle similar to or different from Matthew and Tilly's neighborhood? Describing their process. Which did you do first? Did you do the turret of the ninja castle? Did you do the drawbridge? Which did you do first? Critiquing other ideas. Again, how is your castle similar to or different to Matthew and Tilly's neighborhood apartment building? So all of those questions that we just talked about, those are go, because even after they answer the question, their thinking continues, right? It doesn't just end with them saying it. Stop question, which are also part of the diet of questions in our classroom, are one that have single answers. How many castles are there here? What color are they? Which one is bigger, yours or his? So when we call those stop questions, or you describe them to teachers as stop questions, because once you answer the question, you stop thinking about the idea, right? And this is important to sort of say that one is not wrong and one is not right. But as coaches, one thing I might do, again, to help teachers build this practice and also to improve classrooms like literally tomorrow, is if you're observing in 20 minutes, how many questions do teachers ask at all? Like if we're in 20 or during center time, 20 minutes of center time, you would want to see a lot of questions in 20 minutes, just off the bat. That's one thing you want to definitely see. And of those questions, so say you see 50 questions in 20 minutes.
What percentage?
Right, of 50, how many of those are stop and how many of those are go? Again, no judgment, just tally it up or just sort of like notice how many of those are. If you have out of those 50, 40 of them being stop and 10 being go, that's just a thing, that's true, or that might be the case. If you flip that 10 and 40 the other way, you will get an immediate improvement of the teaching and learning in your classroom by just, dieting it out, I guess, is the way to think about helping, supporting teachers and making that shift. So I think, were there some hands up, or something from our chat? I saw something.
I apologize, I lost the chat.
Mhm.
Yes, open and closed questions is
Mhm.
another way of looking at this. Exactly,
Mhm.
Marissa, as you put in the chat. Thank
Yeah.
you for that. Right.
Yeah, and I think,
Uh,
again, having them think about, even when we, thinking about a fifth grade teacher coming down to teach preschool. Open closed questions, they, stop and go. It sometimes does help them think about. So if you answer this, do you stop thinking? Go means you keep on thinking about it.
Right. And so we're just going to keep on going here to this next slide here.
Yeah, and so why do we want all that great facilitation that we just talked about, all the potential of that great facilitation happening in centers? So again, remember from the very top of the PD, how we talked about how the curriculum is structured so kids thinking becomes more complicated. They develop and they progress over time. This is literally a snapshot of what happens in between the reads. So Dave talked about how we stagger the reads, and that is because kids need to have really good experiences in centers, small groups, and we're going to talk about, let's find out about it on the next time we meet. But those are all of the activities that they're doing between the reads, right? If we have really good facilitation that we just all described happening in those areas, then the kids really do move in these three different areas across those reads. So if in the first read, they're just passively listening to the story. If they're reading The Little Red Hen Bakes a Pizza, okay, sounds like a good story. If then in centers, they're baking pizzas in small groups. They're taking apart how many pepperonis, how many peppers, and that. Let's find out about it. They're learning about the different baking pans, pizzas around the world. And by the time they get to the second, third, and fourth read, their engagement is going from passive to active. Their comprehension goes from literal, that's a chicken, a dog, and a duck, to inferential. Those are her friends, and they're not helping because of this, this, and that. She's still going to give them pizza at the end because of this. Vocabulary goes from receptive. Okay, teacher, in that first read, you're telling me all these new words. Great. All the way to expressive in the acting out. As we said, the vocabulary word is frustrated. Show me frustrated. So instead of now just hearing that word is frustrated, they're now going to have to act it out and show that they really understand that. So that's sort of, again, kind of the structure of the design of all of these things to move kids across these three different areas: interest, engagement, comprehension, and vocabulary.
Are there any questions about this?
Really makes for quite an elegant little curriculum.
If there are no questions, that's completely fine, and we can keep throwing things in the chat as we need to. But we're gonna now move to
this is a great day. We've had a great intro to centers.
Right.
We have this really awesome center time where people their dreams aren't being crushed. They're making these great connections.
And what happens when we're done with centers, right? That 60 minutes is over, or as I saw, I think Marissa put in the chat, that 120 minutes is over. Either way, center time is drawing to a close. And
all good things come to an end.
we are cleaning up and what's going to happen next, right? And that is the $50 million question. Is it lunch? Is it recess? No, it's neither. It's neither of those. It is something that we call thinking and feedback, which is another component of focus on pre-K curriculum.
So essentially, the kids, they use a protocol. This is another whole group time, and this is, for all intents and purposes, usually the comparison here is to show and tell. This is very different than show and tell. So this little guy and his friends built the structure that's over here on the right. The first thing that they do in thinking and feedback is the rest of their friends look silently at what it is that they're looking at. They're going to look at the building. The second step is
the noticing step. And so now they've had an opportunity to just look 30 seconds using their eyes, not saying anything. Now the children in the audience on the floor are going to point out a few of the things that they noticed. I noticed that he put a zebra on the pathway. I noticed that he put a green Lego on the top of the tower. Children again are just going to call out, share out some of the things that they notice about the work.
They can notice things like social emotional things. Do I notice that you built this with Joe and Isabel? Could be something like that. Again, noticing things, not necessarily I like what you did here, but I noticed that this happened. And they use those words. The next step, the child or the children who made the artifact that we're looking at, they get to describe their process, and the other friends listen. We did this first. They could be talking about responding to some of the things that the little other friends had said. We decided we were going to do this. It fell over, so we did this other piece of it. Okay, so they get a quick. This is their moment to describe what it is. Okay.
Which is followed by the children in the audience now having a chance to ask questions of the child or the children presenting. Right? Why did you use so many triangle pieces? Why
do you always build them?
Why do you keep making ninja castles? Or
what will you do next?
Right. So questions are asked, followed by the last step right here, an opportunity for, again, the children in the audience to offer some concrete feedback, suggestions, next steps for the presenter to possibly incorporate into his or her work on the next day when center time opens up again.
And so the expectations or some of the things that we or the teachers set with kids is their feedback. We call it feedback. Get quality feedback, class friends. Is that your feedback should be kind, specific, and helpful, right? So, and the child or the children who are presenting, they have the option of taking the feedback and using it, or saying no thank you, or not taking it, right? Because that's very different than directive. I think you should add more green. Thanks. Maybe I will.
One of the important things that's happening, hopefully, it should be happening during this last step, the feedback step, as the children on the carpet are offering their suggestions, the teacher or the second teacher in the classroom would be writing those suggestions down. So that the next day, when intro to centers rolls around, the teacher is able to call back to remember yesterday in thinking and feedback, Jamal showed us his ninja castle. And Jamal, remember, your friend suggested maybe you could add a unicorn in the garden of your ninja castle. Or maybe you could make the window look like this. So maybe today at centers, Jamal, you might want to try some of those things out. And maybe the rest of you might like to try making a ninja castle like Jamal did, or working with Jamal, helping him to do some more work on his castle.
Which is why that final step is also inspiring. As well as suggesting. So one thing we want, and so we call this thinking and feedback. This doesn't have to happen every single end of centers, and it's definitely not every single child gets a chance to present their work.
Each day.
Each day. You definitely want, we encourage teachers to make sure that every child gets a chance, either as a single child or like as part of a group to present. But, to be honest, I don't know. I usually say one thing that I encourage teachers to do is that maybe 10 minutes before centers is about to wrap up, to kind of be on the lookout for what artifacts or what things might come to thinking and feedback, right? So it's never, it shouldn't necessarily be the most accomplished thing that happened during centers, the most finished product. In fact, I think that sometimes the best thinking and feedback artifacts are ones that show a lot of challenge,
yes,
or a lot of effort, or a lot of problem solving.
Because that's going to lead to the most robust conversation during the thinking and feedback itself, right? It's going to give the children the most to talk about, right?
And in the beginning, I said, so sometimes we contrast this with show and tell. So again, and we have found that is actually a really helpful distinction for teachers to kind of make, because in show and tell, it's usually, again, going back to the person who talked about commercial. The things that kids present in thinking and feedback is the work and the play that they did in the classroom. It's not the newest, toy
from home,
or the shiniest tiara that somebody got for their birthday that is just sort of becomes an object of like envy, and then you got to put it away in your cubby, kinds of things. So what kids are looking at again is the work that they're doing in centers, right? Other contrasts to show and tell, like in this, the kids are the first ones to sort of look at it and appreciate it before the kid even says anything about what it is. He doesn't present it as like, I made this castle. Okay, stop and go questions, stop and go thinking. If that's how you start, well, okay, thanks. Versus if you start with the kids looking and noticing, again, it's a much more robust, constructed kind of learning that's happening here.
Yeah, a couple of things also to note about this is that at the beginning of the year, when this is getting off the ground, we encourage teachers to do a couple of things. One is to start with just the first 2 or 3 steps of this protocol, and not expect children to be able to make it through all 5 steps, right out of the gate. If you think about the first 3 steps, they are much more concrete than the final 2 steps. I'm sure that you have experienced, sort of saying to a child, what is your question, or can you think of a question, is very difficult for a 4-year-old or a 3-year-old to understand what it means to formulate a question. If you ask a child, do you have a question about your friend's ninja castle? They'll say, he used blue, or I see a square, right?
I like it.
Understanding that difference between a statement and a question is very challenging. Right, it takes a lot of practice. So again, at the beginning of the year, we would focus on the first 2 or 3 steps and gradually work up to the 4th and the 5th steps. We would also encourage teachers to use some of the language from this protocol throughout the day, not solely here during the 10-minute thinking and feedback block of time, right? Ask, while you're facilitating in centers, you're sitting down with a child in the block area and you say, oh, I notice that you put that cylinder on top of the rectangle, or
could I suggest perhaps?
Right, exactly, right.
This is very inspirational what you're making.
Yes, and the more that the teachers use this language throughout the day, the children are going to be internalizing that language. You will see the children start to use this language themselves. And again, it becomes part of the climate and part of the environment of the classroom. Again, the lived experience from beginning to the end of the day, not solely during this block of time.
Yeah, and definitely, I mean, I've seen in my classrooms 3-year-olds using thinking and feedback, and it's real and very authentically. So it's one of the, I think, again, so inspired to see young children engaging in work and play in this kind of way. So,
but again,
so here's an example of, again, making some of this learning visible on the left-hand side there during thinking feedback, again, capturing what they suggested. The next day, having the photograph of the child, integrating that into his block building. And kids can see their feedback enacted. So the way to think about thinking and feedback, again, is that kids are revisiting, refining, and reflecting on their work. 21st century skills, children as active agents. Again, teachers as researchers. When kids are taking over this protocol, the majority of the language is conversation is executed by them. Teachers can get a pretty good idea of where kids are, again, in those standards, how they're working together as a group, how they understand the big ideas.
one of the things that we want to emphasize is that while a lot of what's going on during this protocol is, generally designed as a verbal kind of an experience, children are talking about what they noticed, children are talking about how they built whatever the artifact might be, etc. There are ways, and we very much want this to be an experience that all children are able to participate in and be successful at. And so encouraging teachers to think about how this can be adapted, how this can be modified, again, yes, for a variety of learners. And you can see an example of that right here with the icons on this communication board that would make it easier and accessible for children in certain circumstances who might not have that expressive language, right?
And this is one of the resources that you'll also find, again, on our website and as part of the curriculum. You'll find actually a number of these resources that have been created by our teachers specifically to help the variable learners.
Still there.
Yes. And so this kind of like wraps up what the majority of our instructional, we're going to talk about more of the components, but we really do start with this sort of the read aloud sort of precipitates what's happening in the centers. The intro, the centers, and thinking and feedback as this real, even though these are separate components, they really bookend and support each other. And again, remembering that this curriculum is always going to be designed to progress. We see that intro to centers, the progression from teacher driven to child driven and child owned. Intro, the teachers doing the majority of instructing. In the centers, teachers and children are teaching and learning together. To thinking and feedback, where the majority of learning and language and the voice heard are children. So we go this, it makes this really deliberate and explicit arc from going from teacher and kids together to child driven at the end.
So that brings us to, well, there's another example from our fidelity checklist, certainly, which I don't know if there is a link here. There might be, yes, it looks like there's a link here, and you can click on this and certainly peruse it as you would like, but we're not going to go into this in a whole lot of depth right now. These are notes that I made on the next slide. We're gonna basically come to a conclusion for today at this point. Looking ahead to our time together on Monday, we are going to move through the remaining components of the curriculum. We're going to spend a fair amount of time thinking about assessment in the context of focus on pre-K, what that can look like, possibilities there. What else are we doing on Monday, Abby?
Yeah, so we're going to touch on the other components that are part of the curriculum. You can stop sharing the screen. We are going to, it's going to be a lot of working session, right? We're going to talk about launching it. So first 3 weeks of school, which is going to be kind of like, well, where do we begin? And then hopefully we're going to be doing a lot of talking about, okay, so there's a whole bunch of content. How then do we take the next step to be training teachers? Breaking you all up into small groups to really be making like, actionables from the session on next week that you can really kind of go forward with until we do our another follow-up after that. So one actionable we want to kind of leave folks with before we, actually we're going to hear a little question and answers, last little bit before we send you off to do some reflection, is our website. So hopefully we did a good job of waving you off of like cracking it open now and being like intimidated by like, oh my God, this is so many different things. We know that there's definitely a team that's been probably very familiar with our website. So we're going to kind of leave it to them to kind of walk you through that as sort of another piece of it. But
it's in the chat now.
Yeah, it's in the chat. It's bpsearlylearning.org. Might want to open them to, you're going to go from there to, is that the K? It opens right up.
It
the
is.
K1? Okay,
yes.
perfect. Okay, so you'll see the entire curriculum in there. One thing hopefully that you'll notice is I don't want to say it's a repetition, but there's definitely a spiral. Oh, great. So if you look at Unit 1, you compare it to Unit 3, it will have the same structure for each unit. So in terms of digesting all of this, I would even now read through all 6 units. You can read through 1 or 2 and sort of see that there is a predictable pattern structure to all of this. It's a pretty handy dandy. They're on this website. There's every unit broken down by week. There's a number of digital resources that we created during the pandemic. So slideshows on how zippers are made, or harmonicas,
Is that a
musical
slideshow?
instruments. Yeah, because
All right.
there's some lessons that are in there about
Fasteners.
Yeah, about
Mhm.
zippers. And so here's remember Mr. Rogers would show you things like that. So there's digital resources like that. Something that's in every week of every unit are something called home links, which are letters home to families. And for every week, they are translated into, I think, 9 different languages.
Yes.
So it's, there's English, and then teachers, the very same one is translated into the number of different languages that, again, your teachers are more than welcome to make their own, integrated with, newsletters that they already do, etc. It's a pretty handy dandy little website here.
Yeah, so spend some time looking through that between now and Monday, and that will allow us, if you have any questions from looking at this over the intervening days, to address any questions that you might have about what's on the website or how it might best be used.
Wait, we thought we took that off.
No, it's all okay.
Good, all nice and pretty.
Yes.
Okay, good. So we want to definitely leave the last few minutes, fleeting minutes. Everyone post lunch is probably nodding off to like a little nap time.
Time for a nap. But
any big questions or comments or anything from the parking lot that we didn't cull out of the chat that folks want to ask us now before we give you our reflection and feedback form?
So I do have a question, because I always have a question. I know. So I noticed during your thinking and feedback, the teachers take a lot of pictures. And it seems like they have a quick turnaround of printing and posting in the classroom. So we're in the process of making a materials list for materials to be purchased. That looks like a big item that may be important.
Sure. I mean, again, going back to the idea of digital resources. So, I'm back from the day of Polaroids, right? You take Polaroids. They actually are now in the portable quick printers. So it's not like you're getting the most gorgeous high definition photo printout, but those are pretty reasonably priced, something like $50. Or again, like if your teachers do have laptops or Chromebooks or even their phones, those are the kinds of things they could project onto. So you don't have to print them out. They could be something that you just slide deck. It's kind of a cool. I've seen teachers do that way as well. But yeah, I'd have to say color printing is, really helpful. There's a number of resources that are in color resources that we created here. Like when they're doing block buildings, different kind of towers, etc. So yeah, I would invest in color prints that then they laminate, and then that's part of their kit is what I would do. It's a lot of fun.
That's pretty much what I gathered, because it seems like that's a pretty heavy component throughout the whole curriculum, and that is going to be new for our administrators and teachers to, sometimes we have a hard time just to get them to even print something.
Yeah,
right?
and
So
you're absolutely right. I mean, it is definitely a budget consideration. One of the things that we also work with teachers and would encourage coaches to work with teachers on is, being intentional and being thoughtful about what you're printing, when and why. It's not a question of printing every sort of thing that happens all of the time, every minute of the day, but right, why am I printing this? How is it going to be used? How is it going to support the teaching and learning in the classroom, right? And being as thoughtful about that as possible. And as Abby just mentioned, right, there is a big emphasis, and Marissa, you're hitting on it, on documentation. And this kind of feeds into our talking about assessment on Monday. This will be part of that as well. Documentation for assessment, documentation to make the learning visible in the classroom, to keep children's thinking moving forward, and helping them to evolve their work and their understanding over time. So multiple purposes for the photographs and in printing and such. Yes.
And I would say, in terms of like a very concrete, like sort of budgetary place that I would put it, I think this belongs in, again, data and assessment. Or if I were to translate this again to departments, certainly as family engagement, because if you did because this is a way to make learning visible, right? So
Thank you.
Yep. Anything else before Dave throws the feedback into the chat box? All right, so Dave is sort of showing me right now that it's 3 o'clock our time, which is 2 o'clock your time. So Marissa, y'all, were you gonna let us like skirt off that here early, or were you gonna say, hold on?
Yeah, we seem to have actually entered into
rush through that whole like end, because like, oh my God, we only have 30 minutes.
Yeah, we entered into a little bit of a timing loop here, a time warp on our end, unfortunately, where we're ending a little bit earlier than we actually should be ending, because we got mixed up, I think, on our end as to what time is which.
I also like that everyone was probably so polite they didn't want to be like, okay, thanks.
Which is very nice.
They have a snowstorm coming. We shouldn't bother.
But we like to be honest on our end here and acknowledge the fact that
well,
yes.
This is great then, because now we can actually this can be a little bit of this working session that we were like, oh, we're pushing till next week.
Yes.
So of what we've talked about, we've definitely talked about a lot of different things. What are some areas that you all are sort of already sort of being like, oh, let's talk about how we make this happen? What are some sort of challenges or things that you're already foreseeing, or ways that you can also articulate for the rest of your colleagues here, that you're envisioning and supporting teachers in making some of these shifts and lists? What's going to be difficult or challenging?
Marissa, do you have things that you want to talk about with what you've been, not we, because not me and you, y'all have been doing to with the implementation and planning and everything, because Marissa's been and Lydia have been eyeball deep, and lots of the coaches and others on this call have been working so hard to make this come off so smoothly, and I think we're in a good spot. But Marissa, why don't you talk about that just a little bit?
So one thing that we've done is we took your at a glance. I would love to kind of show you what we've done with it, since we do have some talk time. Can I do that?
Please.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. So give me just a minute to pull it up, and while I'm taking this time to pull it up, I will let I would love to. So when you're telling Abby and David about what you think, this is important to Lydia and I, so we can pass along to the PD team. I know that right now we all have many tabs open, like that little truck carrying that big load with one tire. So I am aware of that, and I want to be able to refresh people's memories where needed when the time comes. So please provide them with great feedback.
I mean, you know, we can certainly talk about from our end, from doing it on the scale. It feels like very similar to what we did, you know, a number of years ago, and that we periodically do through our UPK grants in community programs. So I would say, so the curriculum is one thing, and y'all have done a fabulous job of aligning it to your standards. I know that I've really appreciated that you're thinking of every possible tool, table, visual to help your teachers, protocols, which is going to be absolutely, that's really like, again, that's setting the table. But now when everybody comes on over to eat, right? So now we're I know y'all probably had some really great dinner parties, but so, and there's gonna be different people who are gonna have different appetites for this, right? Is this got cheese in it? I'm sorry, to have to make this hotter, etc. So the coaching and professional development, especially in this first year that you're launching, is so key. And I guess one of the lessons that we've learned is the more intense, meaning frequency, contact points, informal, formal, the more you can do in that beginning, I'd say 2 years, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
I think that's the other thing. If you try to cram it all in the first year, people disengage because it's just way too many things. So really thinking of this as like a 2-year process, right? But a lot of that support in the beginning.
And what Abby, you know, more specifically, I mean, our general structure when it comes to coaching is a bi-weekly coaching schedule, where we are in classrooms observing with teachers every 2 weeks and debriefing with teachers after each of those visits, you know, accompanied by regular ongoing professional development simultaneously.
But we really do find that individual classroom coaching. So, you know, it's great seeing so many folks here on this call. I can imagine that you don't have probably enough of you all. You probably have, like us, similarly, hundreds or now thousands of teachers, and really thinking of like, wow, how do we support them? Because there is nothing that compares to having that one-on-one classroom coaching time. I have to say that's one of the biggest bangs for your buck. At the same time, knowing that sometimes that's just like a numbers game. But if there's any way you can get the resources or the energy and the time towards that, probably the better, right? So tell us about this, Marissa. What we have here? Oh, I love it.
Well, a lot of it's going to look familiar to you. So the only thing, I know that on your website, you showed us your digital resources and your resource gallery. So we will also share those links in this at a glance document.
Okay.
Oh, gotcha. And the exemplars, which again, is on the website, but also teachers can get an idea of what these different activities are. Again, not saying you have to do it exactly the same way, but here's some ways that your colleagues or other teachers have done these activities.
Right. So we have not had a chance to, we've got to work with our tech people on formatting our website. So that is going to come into play, not yet.
Okay.
Right now, but we are taking notes and getting some feedback from our teachers and our staff.
Yeah. How are they? I imagine it's probably quite variable across the range of locations where you're going to be implementing this. But I mean, you know, will teachers have access to like laptop computers and that piece of things, or will they be working? They will. Okay.
Yes. So that, and we will also provide all of the collaborative for this new cohort 4, a hard copy. And our envision is each unit being a binder.
Excellent.
Yes. Mhm.
So
A lot printed. But again, presumably, once you print this out, then classrooms would have it. I mean, it's sort of, and the fact that you're doing this all in bulk is probably gives you the best price that you would, right? So if you bought this all from Pearson, believe me, it'd be that this all free except for the printing,
Marissa, could I ask a question? This is
Yeah.
Kathy. I'm glad to see that Jill's here too, so she can hear the question. This has been a really wonderful training overview, and the emphasis, of course, is being on teachers. Do y'all have plans on how you will address principals at the same time, or is there some strategies there? And I'm just thinking about how our center could be of help, if possible, with the leadership or the school leadership part on this. And I would have to say to those folks in Boston, and I had sent Jill a text, in 2002, a woman named Susan Landry at the University of Texas wrote a very controversial curriculum. It was called the Circle Training or Step Training. And I was a national trainer, but the reason it was controversial is because it was the first time, and this is President Bush, required every Head Start teacher to have this training. And so one of the things I did across the last 45 years was actually train this circle training. And it is very, very similar to the reads that you all described. And so I find it very interesting that good stuff keeps coming back.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, a lot of this, again, those of us who've been around for a bit, you'll recognize elements of Montessori, high scope, even some pieces of maybe creative curriculum, more recently creative curriculum. So class. So I think one of the reasons why we do try to emphasize the guiding principles and the instructional practices is to recognize that those are going to get you good results no matter what your needs, right? So if we build teachers to be, again, reflexive and responsive with those, that's what they just pull out from, the minute the door opens until the last kid's on the bus home. Yeah, that's going to be the bigger gap than being like, well, are we all on unit 2? Right? So thank you for that. I think that is, that's definitely, we're very gratified because good practice.
And really my question was more along the principals training and what was planned, because so many times the teachers have all the good information, but yet they're not permitted, I guess you could say, to exercise that in the classrooms.
Yeah, that's
so Kathy,
for sure. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So Kathy, what we're going to do is actually they are going to receive the first round of training this spring. So here in a little bit, they're going to get trained. The principals are going to get trained, as well as the collaborative leads are going to get trained, or the center directors if they're in a Head Start setting, or child care center directors. So all of those administrative people are going to receive training first. And then later on in the summer, we're going to train the teachers before school starts. And in Boston, these Abby and David are going to do that training for us.
Yes. One of the most important things that we like to emphasize in sort of communicating with principals about this, and how principals can support the teachers in implementation of this curriculum, is planning opportunities for teachers, and prep time, planning time, consistent, regular planning and prep time for teachers, protected, as Abby says, yes, sheltered, that cannot be tampered with or interfered with, so.
Yeah. I mean, again, these are all sort of lessons learned from our end. Very much appreciate that you're recognizing that there's an ecosystem outside of a classroom teacher, right? You can have this going on in your classroom, but we know definitely from trial and error in Boston that in order to keep that going year after year and have those practices sustained, that teacher really needs to be surrounded by a supportive program, leadership, etc. And again, also something that we learned is, so you want just like in a classroom, you want differentiated support and instruction for your leaders than from your teachers. Believe me, we support principals that are in K-8 schools. So do they need to know that the art center in Unit 3 is making a piñata? No, they're answering 4 phone calls here in the middle of training. Again, that's why the guiding principles and instructional practices is I think super appealing efficiency wise to a principal or a leader, because you can walk in at 10 o'clock on Tuesday, you can be watching drop off and pick up, and you should be able to spot those principles and those practices at play, right? So they don't, so I think that helps support them in supporting the classroom in a really concrete and achievable way. It's really key.
And Dr. Grace, I have your Hardin Scholars on that list.
You have what, Marissa? I didn't hear.
Your Hardin Scholars.
Oh, great, great, great.
And we also have the collabs that may be the existing collabs that may be interested in picking this up in place of OWL that they are already using. So they'll get an option of whether they want to continue with OWL or start with this.
Well, I mean, again, we are the revision of what OWL is, and again,
right.
We wanted to make sort of a gentle, I guess, transition from that. Again, starting from guiding principles and instructional practices, upping those in what they're already using is gonna feel not like a whole cloth, like we're just turning everything the field completely over, right?
Right. I'm gonna let them go through the training before they have to decide, though. I'm gonna let them get a feel for it, and then they can decide.
Could I suggest that this summer, when you do your summer training, that you might consider including the R&R staff? And I'll get in a plug here. We're going to have an R&R in North Mississippi right here in my office, literally right 2 steps away. And if there are going to be more opportunities with the with the Child Care Strong money, it may be that there would be some need for some child care centers that would be at the R&R for resources for there to be some staff who know about this as well.
Let me.
What's R&R?
Resource and referral sites, child care resource and referral sites.
Okay. So have them part of the training for what's going to be happening in the classrooms.
This would just be the coaches. I was just thinking about the resource and referral coaches, the staff.
Do you mean during the administrative training, Kathy?
No. During when you said you were going to train
the
again in the
teachers.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because that training is going to be kind of big. So,
or you may think about whether you'd want to do something just for them at another time. I just was trying to make linkages and connections.
Well, I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying we've already got a lot of people, and adding them is not going to be that much of a difference in numbers. So, but we need to think about that, Abby and David, about how we're going to do that, because we have we already have 84 classrooms on the roster, new ones. Now, but we're not finished. Today is the day that our next round is coming in. Okay. And so we're looking at serving another
2,500 children.
Yeah, thank you. 2,500 kids.
That's amazing. That's awesome. Yeah.
So that's going to be more classrooms.
It averages about another 125 classrooms to add to our list on top of the 84. Give or take some.
Bring it on. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, congratulations. And wow, everybody, that is a huge undertaking to be like in the matter of months. like, but I also will appreciate, right, the urgency is now, right? It's
Right.
no, I love the momentum and the sort of the support that's going behind this. And the scale, even just the mere scale of it feels like everybody here deserves, I mean, just all kinds of kudos for taking this on. So it also sort of brings to me into light. So when everybody was talking, we're from the north side, central, blah, 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 just I'm sure the sheer distance of between all these different kinds of things. So when we were saying about how, yeah, having a personal coach that's going to come support you twice a month. Now I'm also being like, so they're going to have to go north, south, like through 100 classrooms. I mean, just
Well,
trying to do quick math in my head.
We've got coaches in different parts of the state.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you're going to
So
do a lot of
what we can do is send you a map so you can actually see where these guys are right now. I mean, where the collaboratives are in the state, but also we're also working on hiring additional coaches and what we call educator in residence. And so we're working on that to add to our team here, because we not only have to coach the existing collaborative classrooms, which is about 185 classrooms, but we're going to have these other ones on top of it. And so, you know, it's, we'll get there. We're going to visit every single one of them.
Yes, no, I don't doubt that you will. And I think one of the unintended, but, unexpected sort of benefits of the remote world is that you actually 4 different places at one time, which,
certainly for the
one level, but,
certainly for the PD and for the debriefing side of things. The observation side is a little bit trickier to do remotely, but
well, yes, for class, absolutely. But what we've tried to do, we've tried this hybrid approach in coaching, and even we've even talked about collections of teachers that are at the same type, kind of coaching together, and talked about that a little bit. But the hybrid, this, with the pandemic, it caused all kinds of problems, but it also forced us to really think about work a different way. And so with us coaching in a hybrid way, lends us to more time during our day to be able to serve more teachers. And so it was kind of a blessing in disguise. So.
And, I think from, again, lessons learned from our end, one of the benefits of having this sort of singular curriculum and having these, centralized resources, it really does help provide a common language, a common vocabulary, common experiences to build those connections among teachers. So for example, if we, everything we just said, we don't have to be here on Tuesday at 10 o'clock on this part of the curriculum, but if we're all generally in unit 2, and we're all struggling with small groups, that immediately cuts YouTube. It's like they can have very direct conversations relevant to each other, supportive of each other, so that it's not just coaches who are supporting each other, but in terms of sustainability, building that network of teachers. And again, having that common language. So if I'm talking to you about Unit 2 over here in Roxbury, it should be similar to what a teacher in West Roxbury is kind of experiencing as well. That really helps build that professional learning community synergy, I think, community.
Abby, I know that when y'all talk to the administrators, one of the words that keeps popping up that I hear you say over and over is the flexibility that this will allow the teachers, and how important it is for us not to focus on at 2 o'clock on Tuesday, I should come into this classroom and see the easel painting. And I know that one of the comments that I made on that little notepad at the beginning was the teacher confidence. The teacher confidence and trusting that there's a reason why we're not doing easel at this time, and it's because we were interested still in whatever. I hope that that is brought out to those administrators, because a lot of them expect to see,
Oh, yes.
well, when we
Absolutely.
go into the
They've got their
classroom.
Clipboards in there, yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So sometimes even a tool like this that we see as very supportive for a teacher sometimes can be used in a very different way. by
Yes.
audience. So I guess
Punitively, yes.
that's another way to kind of think about how you're going to launch this, is that you definitely have you have different audiences, different
Mhm.
roles we're going to be doing, different expectations. And so I feel like the more you can differentiate, you know, we've had just paraprofessionals trained, you know, because they might be in a different kind of understanding, or their role is very different than the classroom teacher who's doing the planning, right? Or not, who knows? But we did find that the more targeted we could be, all same guiding principles, same instructional practices, but
Coming at them from different
coming at it
angles.
from different
Mhm.
angles.
Right.
How can you paraprofessionals support these and make these visible when you're lining the kids up for gym? You as a principal, how can you see that if you come in at 1 o'clock or you come in at 11 o'clock on Tuesday or Thursday or whatever, right?
Mhm.
So the more I think nuanced you can get, if you have a group of this isn't to say that all of these little audiences have a lot to say to each other, you know, for sure. But I do think that teachers appreciate, like even when we do live PD, if they can all the autism strand teachers can have small group time together when they're taking apart a component. It feels like, okay, you see me, you get what I'm doing. We can make the same adjustment to the curriculum or something that we can have shared around.
So one of the things that came to my mind too, when you're looking at this, you'll notice that there's only 2 of each subject area standard, and we didn't even go into it. And that's going to be important when we're talking to our teachers, is this is not an end all set in stone for standards. This is just a quick visual of what could possibly, you know. And I know that Lydia and I are working on when we talk about the first 3 weeks of school, because I inquired about a lesson. How come we don't have something like this?
Mhm.
So we're going to really stress during our trainings here, and that Lydia is going to make hers a totally different way than what I'm making mine. And we're going to explain why
Yes.
our classrooms are different. And so hopefully that message will carry over to each unit for their coaches to continue on with their teachers and sending that message.
You know, if anything, if I were looking at this as an administrator, a principal, or a director of instruction, I would just be really pleased to see so many colors lighting up. You know what I mean? Because it'd be like, you know, or on a science specialist, I see a lot of red here. Or
Stuff is happening.
Yeah, this looks, wow, this is one hearty curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
If I were, again, when I coach teachers, I do show them something like this. If anything, to say, you see, you don't have to do this on Sunday night. If you want to know where everything is,
That's right.
all your standards are located, there you go, my friend. You know, and it also, I feel like, helps sell the idea of staying, again, not lockstep, but in, you know, the scope and sequence has been at least the framework of it has been considered. I think that helps sell it to, or it helps teachers sort of feel like, you're right. Like if you know, we all know how long it took all of us to do this. If every individual teacher had to do that for their classroom, we're running into traffic.
So I know one of the things that Lydia and I did, we went ahead and just took one activity, and we spent half the day just aligning every standard we could align to that one activity. And it ended up being 8 pages.
Right. Right. It's going to be quite comprehensive. Yes.
Yes. So I feel like we're providing great visuals for the new collabs and stuff that are coming aboard.
I like the format of that document that you were just sharing with us. I mean, it seems very, very usable, user friendly.
Wonderful, and
You
it
know,
just feels like, boy, that's some learning happening in that preschool classroom.
maybe you could email us a version.
I will.
Of it, so that would be fabulous. If you
I would love to. I will right now.
So, you know, I think that is one of the things that, again, helps everybody sort of feel like, okay, all of these things are being covered. This feels, you know, all these sort of preparation tools that we've created that exist in the curriculum that you all will be building with teachers, going to be creating before they even open the box to do it. What Dave was saying about a key way that leadership can support the curriculum is providing that planning and prep time. Even more specifically, one of the reasons why all these things are great is that so that allows the teacher to really spend that planning and prep time reflecting on the kids in the classroom, data-driven, you know, instruction. We're going to do all planning for the next week or the next couple of weeks ahead, so that they're saying, okay, this is what's on here to happen next week. How does that square with what I know about where my kids are? What adjustments do I need to make? So I'm going to be right on track for that, or I need to take a little bit of a detour, a teach or a reteach day, something like that. That's what we want teachers to be doing in their planning and prep time. You know,
and we're going to actually walk through some of what that can look like for teachers on Monday.
Yes, I mean, you know, certainly you got to cut out a lot of circles during prep time, but you want that to be 10% of their planning and prep time and 90% of it reflecting, revising, which is another thing that I think might be a big shift for teachers. They would love to take this entire website and think, I'm going to plan all the way from September to June. And that is one of the things you got to really support, not just teachers, but leadership in, I think, softening a little bit, letting go of, because you can't possibly plan for March when you don't even have your kids in front of you. And like, what happens in March is going to depend on where they were in February, what you've done in October. So I think nothing frustrates a teacher more than to be like, no, you can only kind of plan maybe a week or two ahead. They were like, no, I want to do it all tonight. And I'm like, well, you know, here's the thing, you do that, then they show up and you're going to have to redo it again. And what we don't want is for teachers to feel resentful. You're supposed to be building this neighborhood right now. We want to build them into being like, teacher is researcher. This is what's happening. How is the instruction, teaching, learning going to change and flow, like organic, right? From what happens in the classroom. So yeah, that's a hard thing to wrestle away, especially in the first 3 weeks of teachers doing that. They want to print out everything, do every single thing. It's like,
yeah.
See, and that stresses me out. I don't want to do that.
It's really hard, but it's like it's, you know, like when we do the new teacher training, it takes like, we do give them a huge chunk of the last day to help like sketch out their first 3 weeks. And everybody wants to start with making the schedule. 8 to 8:10, you know, 8:15 to 8:22. And I'm like, these are some great schedules. I really wonder how that's going to work when 22 of them roll up who may not have been in schools. 2 of them are crying, you know, it's like going, I don't know how that 8:17 to 8:23 is gonna, you know.
But you're gonna try it out.
Like,
and,
go ahead, you teacher, you try that out, and then it's like
make some
it's
adjustments.
9 o'clock, and I have gotten them from the cafeteria to the classroom. Okay.
Ooh.
Plan B. Wait a minute, I didn't make a plan B.
Right.
So
yep.
You know, confidence, I think, is what you're calling. It's also this genuine curiosity and like being game for it. Like, all right, well, I had this plan. We should actually be in chapter 2 right now. I just got everybody to look at me and acknowledge that I am the teacher.
Yeah, well, it goes back.
Ooh, okay.
It goes back to what is a watchword across all sorts of dimensions here with this, which is that idea of being flexible and maintaining that flexibility. you know, all across the map with this, you know.
And again, we probably can't emphasize enough either that, you know, here's content, but that always has to cross with social emotional, right? So these are preschoolers. And, you know, it seemed from like looking at the way you're structured, some of these folks are in sort of more small settings. Some of them are in like big school buildings, right? Like a whole different array. And it's, you know, you'll have some kids who've been in school since they were like infant school or group care since they were infants, some coming right from grandma's house. And yeah, there's that's both the beauty and the treachery, I guess, of working with young children, you know.
I guess I was just wondering if you know, specifically sort of looking to the large number of coaches that we have with us this afternoon, you know, if there are any things, you know, on the minds of any of the coaches in terms of just thinking, you know, about, you know, you will eventually be sort of sitting down with teachers in classrooms and that piece of things, you know, I mean, you feeling like things are copacetic at this point? Or are there any kind of questions, you know, additionally that you might like to ask us about that we didn't quite get to as regards, you know, when I'm in a classroom with a teacher going over this component or that component, you know, from the coaches' perspectives, how are you guys feeling at this stage of the game?
Mm-hmm. I think that it's going to give teachers an opportunity to be creative. It's going to give teachers an opportunity to, you know, I'm coming from a high scope background.
Yes.
And so, you know, there's no set book in front of you to tell you how to do it. And y'all, I'm in the Delta, so I'm having some technical issues. All of you look like you're moving in slow motion to me.
It is after lunch.
It rained, so you already know I got some technical problems, but this kind of puts me in the mind of high scope, and it's freeing teachers to be creative in the ways that we were taught to be creative, and it feels like, so what I'm afraid of is, and I know in the beginning I'm going to have to take you by the hand and lead you on, but I'm hoping at some point there's an aha moment.
Yes.
And they realize I can fly. Ooh, I have wings, I can fly.
There it is.
Now. Yeah.
And then they just fly. Yep. But you know, until then, you know.
I love the way because I think that is, again, I certainly feel a little bit of that pressure as a coach, you know, and supporting. And, you know, similar to what usually when I calm myself down, it's like, well, what would I tell a teacher about the classroom, right? And, you know, similar in coaching, it's not about covering content, it's uncovering the learning and understanding that actually you all, everyone, a 4-year-old to a brand new teacher already has inside of them. And that's kind of like the beauty, I guess, and the art of coaching is getting them to see that, right? I always have this quote describing it as like what coaching is everybody likes to learn, but nobody really likes to be taught. So when we think about how do we change, like how do we get these practices in teachers, a lot of it is like exactly what you said. You actually have those wings already inside of you. I don't give them to you. We're just gonna uncover them. They're already in there. And that's a very powerful experience for teachers to feel. Yeah. Did I see a hand up? Do you have a hand? I see something.
I think what you're seeing is part of their the background,
Oh, okay.
part of the Mississippi background there. Yeah. But it looks like a hand if you catch it out of the corner of your eye.
Or an eagle.
Yeah. So Sandra's,
I think
sorry.
one thing you did do today, from a coach's perspective, I think that you've equipped us with a really powerful weapon. That 21st century piece, that you did early on made me think about my nephew, and I'll never forget it. I asked him once, this was years ago, so you can just imagine how advanced it is now. I asked him how to spell a word because we were reviewing for a test that he had coming up, and he didn't know how to spell it. So he took the phone and he said, "Siri, how do you spell?" And so,
21st century skill.
right. So it goes back to, you know, I'm not the one, the children aren't the ones who aren't up to date. I'm the one that's ancient and need to catch up to the 21st century. You know, so what good is learning how to spell this word if I can just ask Siri to spell it for me?
Yes.
Right.
And we do it all the time. So why am I expecting this child to do something I don't know how to do? I can't spell that by myself. I'm on the break of.
Yes.
Well, you know what?
Which is why we're discouraging spelling in every no spelling in focus.
Unless you can't spell Siri.
No, I'm only joking. We've eliminated all spelling.
Although I do really appreciate that this idea of, you know, even as old dogs, we can all learn new tricks type of thing. It's like, I mean, I definitely feel like, you know, we've been in education for years and years and years and years. I'm sure your teachers, even some of these, I think some of these, you know, new teachers, well, I've been in graduate school for the past, 3 years kind of thing, you know, it's something like, okay, you go. That there's always places for us to learn and to shift. And then that, again, it's lifting that couch, that change couch. It's not always easy, right? It's like I said, the thing about the read alouds or the calendar. And we were a little bit joking, but at the same time too, it's like, why do people hold on to something like that? Like so tight. Or again, like we've definitely been in PD where people have what? No circles, no days of a week.
Yeah.
Storm the castle, you know, and it's like going, wow. I'm asking you guys, what happens when you do that 180 days? Everyone is like done after day 3 with that. You know, it's like self-evident, but no, you would hang on with that. Okay, so there is something about this, you know, change is not easy, especially when, again, it challenges sort of like, well, that's how I learned how to do it. You know, picture walk, no picture walk. That was half of my graduate school seminars.
Like one time we had to dig through and find where those calendar standards were. Like what grade does it actually happen in? Because it doesn't happen in kindergarten and it didn't happen in first grade. It happened in second
grade. There you go. Yeah.
I was like, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
There is a statement by the National Council for Teaching Mathematics that calendar work with this age children is actually inaccurate, a harmful math practice. I'll send you all the article, but it sort of says that too. Yeah, second grade. Love it.
I just wanted to note that Sandra did put a note here in the chat talking about, you know, understandably feeling a little bit overwhelmed at the moment. I mean, there's been a lot of information this afternoon today, most certainly, but appreciating movement towards more developmentally appropriate classroom situations and with teachers, and it's definitely, I mean, it's a lot to digest, all in one sitting,
you know, and for sure, I mean, we continue to digest. We make a new power slide deck for every single training we ever do. We've done this like, I don't know, thousands of times.
Yes, it's always evolving.
It's like,
definitely.
Hey, I remember this slide,
right?
Kind of thing. But you know, I think for me, or again, a way to think about it, and also to have teachers think about it. How does this feel, right? Not what it looks like, but how does this feel? When you read this, or you say, okay, can I imagine asking kids, like, you know, what do you notice about that? And they talk to me about what it is that they know. That feels really good, doesn't it? Or if I end the day feeling like I remember when I was a first year teacher, just head on the desk, nobody speak to me for 15 minutes, being like, oh my God. Or like, when I became an older teacher, like feeling, oh my God, my blood pressure. Like struggling with like a whole group instruction. So if those don't feel, if at the end of the day, when you're toting it up, if you got more of those moments, we need to change some things, right? So it's kind of like, so all of this that we've digested, kids as active agents, purposeful hums, buzzes in your classroom, all that feels really good. So we're probably on the right track, right? So yeah, that's a good way to have teachers feel like it's not 10,000 PDFs that you're digesting, it's 10,000 moments of like feeling good about teaching and learning. Yeah, we want to keep teachers. You know,
Goodness knows we're going to need them because we're losing them left and right. So,
and so
yes.
that's the way we keep them. It's like they got to feel really joyful and like this is like the best thing to be doing. Yeah.
And so just thinking about, you know, the amount of stuff that we've discussed today and then, you know, no, I'm going to encourage people, you know, over, you know, between now and Monday, you know, to spend some time reflecting on things and digesting it so that when you come back on Monday to rejoin us, you know, please bring, you know, any additional questions that come up over, you know, over the next couple of days, over the weekend, et cetera, you know, that you might not be considering now, but, you know, hit you on Saturday or, you know, Sunday while you're you know, taking a shower or whatever. Just bring them with you on Monday so that we can continue to unpack things for you. And you know, we are also, Abby and I are certainly available by email, you know, and accessible to any of you. Marissa, well, I'll put our emails in the.
No, there we are in the slide deck.
Are they in the slide deck? Well, okay. Then that's great. So you can certainly feel free at any point to shoot us an email if you've got questions about stuff as it comes up. Yeah, yes, make us jealous of your lovely weather.
Yes, don't set it on Friday or I'll burn the computer. So what we do want, as Marissa said, please be super detailed, frank in your feedback so that we can really take that into crafting our next time together.
And I'm gonna put that reflection form in the chat box right now. It's there. It's just a quick Google form that you could fill out. Yeah.
And so we'll sort of end with that with you all. Give you a nice time to, if you guys want to hang out here after you filled it out, we'll be here. So even after you fill that out, you still want to.
Yeah, we'll be around for the next 15 minutes or so. So as you fill that out, you can talk to us if you'd like. And otherwise, we're gonna be seeing everybody again on Monday at the same time, 10 o'clock in the morning. Excuse me. Here's the time difference problem I have. 9 o'clock in the morning your time, which will be 10 o'clock for us.
That's right. We're gonna set up an actual clock that has us on schedule.
It's been a long week and it's only Wednesday. I apologize.
Time zones, then that's too much for us.
All right, we're gonna stop muttering about things here.
Mute.
Thank you very much, though. It's been great seeing everyone today, and enjoy the rest of your week. Thank you, guys.
M states.
Do we have a link for Mondays yet, just to make sure it hasn't gone to my junk?
Yeah, no, you haven't missed it. I have not yet
That's
set it up. In the
fine.
next day or so, I'll send it out to everybody.
Okay.
Thanks.